And good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome back to the continued coverage of the Karen Reid trial. We are midway through day 20, so we've still got some time to catch up, and we're just going to get stuck straight into it while I do some work in the background. So let's get into it. Alright, camera, trial stream, and transition. And we're off and running. So we're picking up after the break on day 20.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yeah, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
G'day, peeps. Good to see you. Oh, God. Did it open kick or not? I don't think it did. Are we already on a sidebar?
Yes, sir. Now, you had mentioned what, if anything, you got
Due to the condition items were laid out on
where the evidence room is. If anything happened with those items as far as their keeping or their bagging, once you got back to the office or to your where the evidence room is.
Due to the condition of those items after they arrived at the office, the items were laid out on butcher's paper that we utilize for evidence viewing and allowed to dry naturally because they were soaking wet.
And as far as when they were done with that sort of drying process, how were they packaged from there?
They were packaged in the bags, sealed up, and stored for transport and processing.
And so those would be bags individual for each clothing item, is that correct?
Each item the way that it was packaged, the pants with the belt and the boxers, and then so on and so forth with the sweatshirt and sneakers.
And get to this a little bit more in a moment, but at some point there were pieces of plastic, red and clear plastic, that were recovered by you and other troopers from Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, were pieces of clear and red plastic that were recovered from 34 Fairview Road ever placed inside the same evidence bag as any piece of clothing that you recovered?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with reference to the Hospital of Good Samaritan, in addition to yourself and Trooper Proctor, were there other members of the state police or other units of the state police that arrived at the hospital at some point?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Mello came to the hospital to document the victim and the clothing, and he's assigned to the State Police Crime Scene Services section.
Now, as far as the Crime Scene Services section, or CSSS, what, if any, role do they have with relation to your investigation in this case, or your investigations in general as far as documentation is concerned?
Crime Scene Services section assists us in documenting scenes through video and photographs. They also assist in collecting latent prints, fingerprints. They assist in collecting impressions, like foot impressions in mud or soil, and those types of missions.
I don't know about powder.
Now, there are a number of different troopers that are assigned to that particular unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as over the course of this investigation, how many occasions approximately were there that a member of the crime scene services section responded to memorialize or photograph different scenes or different areas throughout the course of your investigation in this case?
Just off the top of my head, there would be 4, 5, maybe 6 instances where a trooper or sergeant from crime scene services responded to the scene to assist us in this investigation.
Now, at any point in the time over the course of the investigation when crime scene services troopers responded to document anything, was it ever the same trooper more than once?
No, it was not.
And so with regard to January 29th back at the Good Samaritan Hospital, there were Sergeant Mello arrived to document or photograph Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes. Mr. Lally, do you want me to give my instruction now or in a few minutes?
Just about 30 seconds.
Okay.
So Sergeant Mechanic just placed 3 photographs before you. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
That is Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan Hospital on January 29th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit.
All right, so there's no objection, right? All right, so folks, the Commonwealth is introducing into evidence through this witness certain photographs that are not pleasant and may be considered graphic photos. Sometimes evidence is presented that creates an emotional reaction in jurors. For example, it's natural and understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear about a person who was injured in some serious way or suffered in some way or who has passed away. But as jurors, you've taken an oath to follow the law, and I instruct you that you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the nature of some of the testimony, and you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. You can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice, or pity for or against either side in this case. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and my instructions on the law. All right, with that, Mr. Lally, those photos will be in evidence.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may publish just briefly each of the 3 respective photographs?
Yes.
It's 441.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2866. And Sergeant, direct your attention to the screen. Is that what's displayed on there and now has been marked as Exhibit 441? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And using the laser pointer on the desk before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe.
I observed the swelling of the eyelids, slight laceration of the nostril and the eyelid, the blood pooling on the bed, and that depiction of Mr. O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, could I have photograph 2857? And again, Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 442.
I do.
And similar to the prior exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed in this photograph.
I observed the parallel lacerations, abrasions, and markings on the skin of Mr. O'Keefe, limited between that point there and that point there, as I described earlier in my testimony.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2859. And again, Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 443.
I do.
And this is, what do you see in this photograph?
It's the same abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, just further up on the bicep, tricep, shoulder area.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, Sergeant, taking you back to January 29th, 2022, after you left the Good Samaritan Hospital, where is it that you went?
We went to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And that was the residence of Ms. Reed's parents, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, on your way from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the residence in Dayton, what, if any, communication did either you or Trooper Proctor have with regard to the Dayton police?
I advised Trooper Proctor to contact Dayton Police Dispatch and advised them that we would be responding to the location, 345 Country Hill Drive, and seizing a vehicle. And we were requesting uniformed patrols to assist us in that mission.
And why was that request made of the local PD?
We were going into their jurisdiction. There was a blizzard going on. We were considerate of the circumstance and wanted to be courteous to the Reed residents and not just show up without any uniform presence. We have never met the Reed family. They have never met us. And with the clothing that we were wearing, it would be difficult for them to see that we were law enforcement.
And so as you arrive in that area of the residence in Dayton, where did you position yourselves and when did you arrive in relation to the marked unit from Dayton?
We called them while we were still on the highway and gave them an approximate time of arrival. GPS was not accurate due to the conditions at the time on the roadways. Once we arrived to Dayton, I positioned my vehicle at the top of Country Hill Drive, awaiting a marked uniformed officer from Dayton to meet us there.
And if you know, about how long approximately did it take you to get from Brockton to Dayton on that particular day?
From Brockton to Dayton, it took us about 45 minutes to an hour to travel that distance.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived at the residence in Dayton?
We arrived approximately on the street at 2:30 or so in the afternoon, and we waited for a significant amount of time for the uniform patrol to arrive.
And when the uniform patrol arrived, at some point, did you learn the name of at least one of those officers that arrived at the residence with you?
At the time, I did, yes.
And was that an Officer Barrows?
Yes, it was.
And so when Officer Barrows arrived, where did you then proceed with Officer Barrows upon his way?
Well, the road was only plowed the width of one vehicle, so even though he and his partner were in a F-150 or 250 marked police cruiser, we could only travel in single line. We traveled up to the cul-de-sac, turned around and positioned our vehicles facing back out to the way that we entered the roadway, or that street. We parked on the roadway since the driveway was not plowed, and we waded through the snow to the front door of the residence.
When you say the driveway was not plowed or you waded through the snow, can you describe to the jury sort of the condition of the driveway as you made your way from the street to the house?
With the blowing winds and the drifting snow, there were locations along our walk to the property with snow varying from knee-high to up to my waist. For reference, I'm 6'1", so it was quite deep in some locations.
And as you made your way to the home, what, if anything, did you observe in the driveway?
As we walked up to the driveway in front of the garage, we observed a large Lexus black in color SUV bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684.
And subsequently, did you come to find out whose vehicle that was?
Yes, once we queried the plate, we learned that the vehicle was registered to the defendant.
And as you're going by this vehicle, what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle as you were walking past it toward the home?
I observed a damaged rear right taillight fixture on the vehicle. From my vantage point, I also told Trooper Proctor to approach the vehicle closer and confirm what I was seeing, which he did.
And as far as that damage to the right passenger taillight area, can you describe sort of what it was that you saw during that initial phase?
Absolutely. During the initial phase, I observed snow compacted and caked onto portions of the taillight casing. There were pieces missing, and I knew that because the left side taillight was intact.
And as you made your way past the vehicle to the home, at some point, are you greeted or do you meet someone in the area of the home?
Yes, once we walked up to the front door, I rang the doorbell, and Mr. Reed opened the front door with the glass storm door, unable to open due to the level of snow on the ground and on the front steps.
And so where were you directed to enter the home from?
Mr. Reed directed us to the garage door, at which point it opened up and Trooper Proctor and I entered the garage. We were once again greeted by Mr. Reed and invited into the home.
And Officer Barrows, where did he remain when you and Trooper Proctor went in the home?
He remained outside with the vehicle. During our time in the home, Officer Barrows came in and asked what the plan was and offered to have DPW plow out the driveway because the tow truck was not able to maneuver into the driveway in order to retrieve that vehicle.
Now, as far as during any time that you were on scene or at this residence in Dighton, did you yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch that vehicle at any point in any way while you were there?
No.
And did you observe Officer Barrows or any other personnel beyond the tow truck driver touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
And as far as the tow truck driver was concerned, did you observe that individual touch anywhere in the rear passenger side area of that vehicle at any time that you were there?
No.
So then you proceed inside the home, and when you get inside the home, where did you go and who, if anyone, did you speak to?
We were directed by Mr. Reed to the living room where the defendant was seated on the couch. She had her laptop on her lap and her phone resting on the right armrest of the couch.
Now, in addition to the defendant and her father, who, if anyone else, was present when you talked to Ms. Reed?
The defendant's mother, Mrs. Reed, was also present in the home.
And the defendant's mother and the defendant's father, were they present throughout the course of your interview or your discussion with Ms. Reed?
Yes, they were.
And at any point in time, did you ask them to leave or anything like that?
I did not know.
Now, with respect to, can you describe sort of the demeanor or the tone of the conversation that you had with Ms. Reed that afternoon?
It was polite, courteous. She had just went through a traumatic event, so we were considerate of her losing her boyfriend. And we had a normal tone conversation. We were in the information gathering, fact-finding portion of the investigation. We simply wanted to collect her recollection of events that she remembered.
And so throughout the course of this interview, how are you, are you standing, are you seated, or how are you positioned in relation to Ms. Reed, and how is she positioned in relation to you?
She was sitting on the couch. We were standing across the room. I don't recall if there was a coffee table, but if there was a coffee table, we would be standing on the opposite side of that coffee table, if there was one present. I do not remember if there was one present. But that's the distance, approximately, from me to the defense table.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how did that interview or how did that conversation begin, what was said?
First things first, we introduce ourselves, advise the individual we're speaking with who we are, where we work, and what we're looking to find out. The defendant was advised that we're looking to get a recollection of the events, what happened, what she observed, what she remembers from the night before, and to walk us through the last 24 hours or so of activity.
And prior to...
Do I need to give an instruction, Mr. Lally? I'm not sure exactly. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for a minute?
Sidebar. Let's see, where are we? I've got the mic off because I'm listening to it through the speakers, so if there's any echo or anything, just let me know, chat. And also, if there's anyone watching on Kick that knows exactly why it keeps going and showing offline in the stream preview, like, is it actually showing that, or is it just on my end? Because if there's something wrong with it, I need to shut it down.
There is.
Alright, so apparently something's happening with the jurors.
You did. All right, so I interrupted you, Sergeant, and I'm going to instruct you jurors, okay? We're about to hear testimony about statements allegedly made by the defendant, Karen Reed, allegedly concerning the crimes that are charged in this case. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. I'll instruct you about this again at the end of the case, but for purposes of, as you hear the testimony, that's the lens that you have to sort of hear it through. All right, with that, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, when you began to speak to the defendant, prior to any sort of substantive conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with her about the conversation you were going to have?
I just asked her to recount any events and the history between the actions that were taking place.
And how did she initially respond to that?
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions. She just doesn't want to go into too much detail about what transpired. And given the circumstances that she had just lived through, I understood and gave her that courtesy.
And as far as that interview or that conversation went, can you describe that conversation or the contents of that conversation to the jury?
Absolutely. The conversation was normal tone of voice like I am speaking to you right now. Ms. Reed responded in the same tone of voice, answered questions. The content of the conversation began with her saying that, as I stated, she doesn't want to go into too much detail, but she was willing to answer our questions. We asked what she had for plans, what she had for as far as the activity the night before, leading up to Mr. O'Keefe being discovered. She stated that she was in a relationship with Mr. O'Keefe that morning, meaning the 28th of January. She got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe over what the niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast, or what they had for breakfast. She went on to say that she met Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's approximately 9 p.m. the night of the 28th of January, 2022. She stated that the gentlemen were drinking, consuming beers, Bud Lights, and she was drinking vodka soda. Prior to moving on to the bar at Waterfall, the defendant was asked where she parked her vehicle. She told me that she parked her vehicle on Washington Street across the street from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound. So the vehicle was on the side of Waterfall Bar and Grill. We went on through the conversation, the interview, to the Waterfall restaurant, at which point she was asked if she left C.F. McCarthy's with a beverage or a container from that establishment, to which point she stated that she did not. She also confirmed that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries on him when she interacted with him at C.F. McCarthy's or the Waterfall. He did not get into any verbal or physical altercations with anyone to have sustained those injuries. She stated that once at the Waterfall, they stayed for approximately an hour, hanging out with acquaintances. And then they left the Waterfall. She drove them to, after they were invited to a residence, she drove them to a location in Canton, where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. She was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew, how she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know, it happened last night," end quote.
Now, at some point earlier in the interview, what, if any, indication did she give as to who Mr. O'Keefe was with when she arrived at C.F. McCarthy's and sort of how long he had been with those respective people?
She indicated that Mr. O'Keefe was with Mr. Camarano, Kurt Roberts, at which point she was asked to provide contact information, meaning phone numbers for those individuals, at which time she picked up the phone on the right armrest of the couch, manipulated the device, entering a passcode, and provided that phone number to Trooper Proctor and I.
And at any point in time in the conversation or interview you had with her, what, if anything, did the defendant say in regards to why she had not gone into the residence at Fairview Road herself?
The defendant stated that she was having stomach issues and did not want to enter the residence.
Now, what, if anything, did she tell you about later on that morning of the 29th?
She stated that when she woke up, she began looking for Mr. O'Keefe. And when she found him in the snow, she began CPR on Mr. O'Keefe.
And what, if anything, did she say to you about any observations she made of Mr. O'Keefe later on that morning as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
The defendant stated that while she was performing CPR, Mr. O'Keefe had sustained injuries and was bleeding from the nose and the mouth.
And if you recall, what, if anything, did she say about Mr. O'Keefe's eyes at that time?
The defendant stated that Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were swollen.
Is that both eyes? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the interview progressed, at some point, did you ask questions seeking further details?
Yes, I did.
And details about what specifically were you asking?
Once we got to the point in time where the defendant told me she did a 3-point turn, I asked her to walk through step by step of her operating the vehicle and exactly what she did. Prior to that, I asked her, excuse me, so she was asked to give a step-by-step recollection of how she, what she did in manipulating the vehicle and leaving the scene.
And at that point, was the interview terminated?
Yes, it was.
Now, once the interview concluded or was terminated, what, if anything, did you do with reference to Ms. Reed's phone and the defendant's vehicle?
Once the interview was terminated, I advised Ms. Reed that her phone was going to be seized as evidence and her vehicle was going to be seized as evidence as well.
And did you subsequently seize both of those items, sir?
Yes, we did.
And similar to the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, as far as evidence was concerned, was that packaged and taped and transported back to the office in a similar fashion?
The vehicle was transported via tow truck that was dispatched by Dighton PD on our request.
And so when you get back outside of the residence after the conclusion of your interview with the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe going on with regard to the driveway and or any other vehicles that weren't there when you went into the house?
During our interview, I glanced out the window and I saw flashing amber lights and a tow truck plowing the driveway. So the driveway was plowed, and the tow truck was, plow truck was plowing the driveway, not the tow truck. And the tow truck was loading the vehicle onto the flatbed.
And at any point in time when you were outside of the residence, what, if any, observations did you make as far as cameras or anything like that on the exterior of the home?
I did not see cameras on the exterior of the home at that point in time.
Subsequent to that date, did you become aware that there were exterior cameras that record on the exterior of the home indictment?
Subsequently, yes, we learned that there was video recording of the residence and the driveway.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Good God, this guy's insufferable.
I'm showing you with this. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize it to be Dighton videos as it relates to the location where the interview and the vehicle was seized from.
And what's contained on that, as far as the video is concerned, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the defendant's vehicle being loaded onto a tow truck?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
No objection.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Jen McCabe that called him Bukaki. Bukaki! I'm willing to bet that this... You know what? I'm willing to bet this guy gets that much Bukaki. He's one of the guys that winds up on the medical malpractice shows with having got gonorrhea in his eye. I still can't believe that happened. Someone posted a photo of that on X. Wait, why am I doing this? This is an evergreen stream. Why am I talking about Bukaki? Oh, right. Doesn't matter. It was Julie Albert, was it? Oh, I could have sworn it was Jim McCabe. Okay. I stand corrected. Thank you, chat.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those two short clips for the jury.
Yes.
Please tell me if you could click on it and then pause when it please. You could my
Still, you need to keep your voice up.
Yes. You want to pause right there, please? Now, the Sergeant Mechanic, from this particular point of the video, do you recognize the vehicle that was just pulled into the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Is that the same driveway that you had walked up from the street to the house in Dighton on that morning?
Yes, it is.
As far as the vehicle is concerned, what do you recognize that vehicle to be?
That would be the Lexus SUV owned by the defendant, Bear, Massachusetts registration 3 GC 684.
I'm going to take a press right from there. This moment, if you could pause right. Two individuals just exited that vehicle, is that correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Do you recognize who those individuals are, as far as who they are, from what part of the vehicle they exited from?
Yes, the passenger side exit was the defendant, and then the driver's side vehicle was Mr. Reed.
He's a father, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just knowing if you could play this again. Now, Sergeant, towards the end of that video, did you observe the defendant and her father in any specific area in relation to that vehicle?
Yes, I observed the defendant and her father at the rear right taillight, gesturing or signaling towards the affected, damaged, and missing parts of the taillight.
Objection.
I'll allow just the direction that they were signaling out.
Move to strike the remainder.
Okay?
As far as that vehicle's position within the driveway, is that essentially the position that you observed it in when you and Trooper Proctor and Officer Barrows were walking up the driveway to the home?
Yes, it was.
And Ms. Gilman, if I got a second of those two videos. If you could pause it there, please. Again, Sergeant Mechanic, if you could describe to the jury what you observed of significance within this particular video.
This video captures the vehicle being moved into position to be loaded up onto the flatbed for transport from the scene.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play for them. Pause right away.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I just asked her to pause right away.
Yeah, you really have to keep your voice up.
Yes. Sergeant Mechanic, from this still image from this video, what, if anything, is significant you observed in relation to the vehicle at this time that is being loaded onto the tow truck?
The rear tail light is illuminated. You could see a white light coming from that tail light.
If you could, using that laser pointer you have before you, just direct your attention to the specific area you're talking about.
Right there.
Okay. Just go ahead and give it play this through the Let's go ahead and take that down. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, as far as when you left the residence in Dayton, where is it that you went?
Can we turn the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, my apologies.
Once we left the residence in Dayton, we proceeded following the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
And was there anywhere else that either you or the tow truck went between Dayton and the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
And when you say we, it's yourself and Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you arrived at the Canton Police Department, where did the vehicle go?
The vehicle was unloaded and put into a heated sally port located at the Canton Police Department.
And in reference to the Canton Police Department and putting it in the Sally Port, why was it that it was taken to that location?
It's a location that serves as a storage for a vehicle that would suffice for the size of the vehicle. The location is, as it related to the crime that took place was investigated, was in that town. So we utilized their facility. It was also a heated facility to help melt the snow that had been accumulating on the vehicle.
And at some point, well, as far as some point subsequent to this, did you learn that there are exterior cameras of the Canton Police Department as well as cameras within the Sally Port garage area?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed each of those respective cameras prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a disc, just have to look at that, look up when you finish. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The Canton Police Department driveway with video.
And what's contained on that is that fair neck of a trail of yourself and the tow truck pulling into the Canton Police Department driveway on that afternoon or early evening of January 29th.
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost, you can introduce the minutes of that exhibit.
They have just told me.
Okay.
Mike. Thank you for that, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, we publish that video to your readers.
Okay.
And just for reference points, in regard to this view of this camera, Sergeant, you're familiar with the Canton Police Station?
Yes, I am.
And so where is this camera view in relation to the Canton Police Department and the Sally Port garage where the vehicle eventually goes?
This camera is capturing the driveway entrance to the Canton Police Department. As viewed from Washington Street, that driveway there is on the left side of the structure. The camera itself is pointing towards the entrance of the driveway to the Canton Police Department. As you can see, the brake light illuminated in the shot. That is a Canton Police cruiser sitting at the edge of the driveway right by Washington Street.
So for orientation purposes, as far as the tow truck and your vehicle, is that coming from the top of the screen to the bottom or the bottom to the top?
It's coming from the top left to the bottom right of the screen towards the rear of the building where the Sally Port is located.
Thank you. Just come in if you could. Pause there, Ms. Gilman. As far as what's depicted in this still shot in this video, Sergeant, what if anything do you observe?
That is the tow truck transporting the defendant's vehicle, arriving at Ken PD. My vehicle with Trooper Proctor inside, me operating, are following closely behind, as we did the entire way from Dighton all the way to Canton.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play that to the end.
It's not really only that the prosecution have next to nothing, it's that in certain instances they're very clearly fabricated evidence. I mean, as it stands, if they would arrest tomorrow, the defense could almost just say to the jury, not only does the defense not have a case to answer because the prosecution has not proven their case, but there's reasonable doubt all over the place. So, when you know that everybody knows it's a frame job, the whole thing is just a complete and utter farce. And this woman could go away for a long time if she's found guilty of a murder that she very clearly did not commit. And I still don't understand how there are people out there trolling out there going, oh, she's guilty, she killed him, she ran his ass over, and all that sort of stuff. The injuries are not consistent with a car accident. You've got family members of the guy living in the house searching up at 2 a.m. how long to die from hypothermia. You've got inconsistent statements. You've got evolving stories. You've got a whole bunch of people getting caught out in lies. And yet she's the one that's on trial. Honestly, it's disgusting. It's an abuse of the court process.
Thank you. Now, as far as the interior of the Sally Port garage,
Put the lights. Thank you.
as far as the interior Sally Port of the garage, you mentioned that is a heated area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the heat within that, do you know how that is produced or how hot it gets in there as far as the time that you spent within there?
I do not know, but it was a standard garage heating system that blows hot air. As far as temperature, when the doors were open, that day it was freezing cold. It was, I believe, like 18 degrees with winds blowing. So inside the garage inside the Sally Port with the doors open, it was quite cold. Once the doors shut, the temperature rose above freezing, and the snow began to melt off of the vehicle.
And from the arrival of that vehicle into the Sally Port garage area, are you aware or have you reviewed video in reference to that?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you another disc, sir. Just ask you to review that one until you finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Does that contain the video that you were just testifying about as far as the arrival of the vehicle at the Canton Police Department Sally Port garage?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, Sergeant, before we get to that video, if I could just ask, if you know, approximately what time was it that you left Dighton following that tow truck back to the Canton Police Department?
We left Dighton approximately 4:15, 4:20, and we followed the vehicle back to Canton, arriving probably around 5:30 or so p.m.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that video for the jury.
Okay.
Well, yeah, unfortunately we've covered plenty of cases where jurors have done the stupid thing and sent people up the river without evidence.
Gentlemen, if you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant,
Yeah,
direct
the
your
wife
attention to the
vetoed it.
video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the Sallyport two-bay garage at Kent Police Department with the antique Kent Cruiser on the bottom of the screen and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, is sort of taken into the garage on the opposite side, or to the left of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
And this gentleman, if you could, stop waiting.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay, could you pause that, Ms. Yeoman?
Yeah, this is the backwards video.
A 10-minute break on our long days at about a half an hour. But I think the better use of our time is to give you a 10-minute break now. And then we'll go straight through till 4 o'clock. But if anybody needs a break,
All rise for the court, please.
Just doing
Jim.
what? I guess presumably they're talking then while the jury's out. See, she seems in good spirits at this point too.
Your Honor, may the witness leave the stand just for a moment?
Sure. Yeah, we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes, Sergeant.
You are unmuted.
Okay, so you want us to watch this now?
If you please report, yes.
Oh, please, nothing about this pleases the court. She wants to salt up the river as much as everybody else.
Your Honor, may I get just a view closer?
Sure. Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave?
Stupid question. I don't usually ask for spoilers, but do they actually rotate the video and flip it so that we can actually have a decent look at it, or did they not? I'm just wondering whether or not I should do it myself to get a better look at it. They do? Okay. All right, I won't worry about it then.
Thank you.
After the defense finds out that it's backwards. How did they not find out that it was backwards, though? I mean, surely they were paying attention. Okay, so Sallyport's closed. Nice use of the dummy. Interesting. Might have something to do with the upload bit rate. I don't know.
Is that the end of it, Mr. Lally? Or
I believe so, yes.
is that the end of it, Ms. Gilman? Okay. All right. Lights on, please, Dave. Thank you. All right. So I have a copy of the printed docket on 424. Paper number 347 was the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery XL. I just asked Mr. McDermott to print it for me. Our printer up here doesn't work. All right, so that was before we impaneled. That was the day, I believe, of the long motion eliminate trial.
Lemonade.
All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's the point of the tape? To make sure that no one in the
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert.
Wait, how the hell are there 45 people watching this? Hello, peeps. Sorry, it was literally, I was looking over and at one point there was 16 and now there's 45 people. Hello, how are we doing? God, this guy looks like such a tool. The point of the tape is supposed to make sure that the evidence isn't interfered with. The fact that they didn't even put the tape all around the car and instead had it touching the vehicle itself, not the best procedure. It is not a place to investigate the vehicle. They're supposed to have a separate space that is clean. Yes, I agree with you on that. Motion lemonade. I got no idea why she called it lemonade. Motion in limine. Like, seriously. Come on. Alright, I'm getting this tool's face off my damn screen. Alright, so we're back to the video. But are they... Okay.
The Sallyport, the sort of pause still shot of the video. Is that a fair amount of trail with the condition as far as the snow or ice or anything you observe on that vehicle when it came into the Sallyport garage?
Yes, it is.
Just tell me if you could play from there.
That's a good point, people. Just so you're aware as well, I am streaming this out on Kick. Apparently, I only need to get to 70 subscribers over there and I can monetize, and they only take 5% of like super chats and donations and all that sort of stuff. So, just so you're aware, I am live on Kick. I could do a better investigation like this, and I've only played Clue a handful of times. I reckon my 5-year-old could have done a better investigation on this, if I'm perfectly honest.
So if you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant's I was following the video.
All right, so keep your voice up.
Sergeant Mechanic, with reference to any individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals?
I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. Other than that, I don't remember exactly who else was present at this moment in time.
If you could start using the laser pointer before you, just direct your attention to where you observe yourself and where you observe Trooper Proctor.
That's Trooper Proctor and myself. Yeah.
At any point in time when you were present with this vehicle in the Sallyport garage this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that vehicle?
No, we did not.
I think it's going if you can play from here.
Tide beer in motion lemonade. Yeah, she's all about the drinks apparently. Dude almost just slipped over on the snow. I mean, clearly the Sally Port's been open to the elements for a long time as well. Like, longer than it should have been anyway, if you're going to be putting evidence in there. To be fair, they were not trying to investigate anything, their minds were made up. That's a fair call. Why was there so much snow? I don't know, snowball fight maybe? Does it open at the front and back? Presumably, yes. I would think that it would be like a drive-through way. Because, I mean, if it's not, then where the hell are they sweeping the snow to? Hey, Flux.
Dr. Mechanic, what you're observing in this video, what you've seen or what you recall from this, what is it that you and Chief Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
Oh, yeah, bravo. Well done. I haven't set any up yet as of yet, Ghost. So, I mean, kick. I'm only on my 4th stream, so I'm not too stressed about it. But cops are too lazy to move the poles to the corners. It's disgusting. I'm not even sure they've even got a pole on the other side. I mean, they're literally using like a mannequin as a pole, and then they just couldn't be stuffed finding a pole to use on the other side. It's a
You can take that down,
bang-up
Mr.
job
Officer. We can have the lights back on. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, are you aware of a warrant that was executed on that vehicle on February 1st of 2022?
I am aware.
And you yourself were not present for that, is that correct?
I was not present for the execution, no, sir.
Trooper Proctor was, as far as you're aware, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the next time that you were within the Canton Police Department Sally Port garage with the vehicle was on February 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that day, where did the vehicle go from the police station?
From the Canton Police Station, I escorted the vehicle to the Milton Barracks for safekeeping.
And why was it taken from the Canton Police Station on February 2nd to the Milton Police Barracks? What had occurred in the intervening part between January 29th
Oh,
and
people are
February
going to
2nd?
have to give me a heads up because I'm only half paying attention. If I'm honest.
The Canton Police Department had recused themselves from interviews and in that portion of the investigation. And now that the vehicle had been processed, we needed to free up the Canton Sally Port so they can utilize that facility for transporting prisoners to their facility and booking. So we stored the now processed vehicle back at the Milton Barracks in a unheated garage.
And, Your Honor, if with the court's permission, if I could publish just a very brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 34,
Okay.
Which is the Canton Police Department Sally Port's garage camera.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, what you have up there, sorry, February 2nd, 2022, approximately 8:09 a.m. I'm just going to ask you to play that through to about 8:15 8:10:26. If you could pause there briefly. Sergeant, just for orientation purposes, again, this is another camera from within the same Sally Port garage, is that correct?
That's correct. It's the opposite view from what we just viewed in the previous video.
And as far as any of the people in this video, do you recognize any of the individuals in there?
I believe that's myself and then another officer. I don't know who that other officer is.
And just again, using the laser pointer, if you could, direct your attention to where you see yourself. And as far as the condition of the vehicle from January 29th, when you saw it on that day, through February 2nd, when you saw it on that day, as far as the exterior of the vehicle, what, if anything, was different, or what, if anything, did you note or observe?
I noted the taillight removed and the evidence collected.
And as far as the snow and cake on ice that you observed on that prior day, was that still present on February 2nd?
No, that had melted away.
And I was assuming if you could again, I'm sorry, just play through to 8:10:26.
What the fuck is the point of that camera when you can't see shit?
Thank you, Mr. And you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's house at 1 Meadows Avenue in Canton, at some point did you become aware throughout the course of your investigation that there were exterior cameras affixed to that residence as well?
Yes, I did.
And those were Ring cameras, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the investigation, what, if any, steps were taken in order to secure any of that footage from the exterior of the house from the Ring? Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
We applied for multiple search warrants.
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Yeah, that's the original angle, which I think that might have been what caused him to go, hang on. What was the other one was mirrored, but that's bad, Porcelain Thunder, that's bad.
Sort of, where any other investigation is concerned, how is it that members of your unit sort of work through an investigation or work on it?
Captions unavailable on this.
We,
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
as a case comes in, we address each case on individual basis based on the evidence that is presented through testimony and physical evidence that is recovered. That is what guides our investigations, and we then develop leads and process information collected. Sometimes information needs to be collected from third-party holders of data or service providers, at which point to access that data, we apply for search warrants, which are guided.
Okay, so leave it, move on from that.
Thank you.
So you apply for search warrants, we'll move on from that.
So, Sergeant, my question is more geared toward as far as individual personnel within your unit. How is an investigation conducted as far as one trooper does everything, or is it a collaborative effort, or how is that?
The reason I say we is because every investigation takes the entire unit typically to put an effort in to conduct interviews, analysis, and so forth. So it's a team effort each and every time. No investigation is a one-man show. That's why we call it a case officer, not a lead investigator, because the case officer organizes the individuals to assign different tasks and collect and organize the data that comes back from the third-party providers and from the interviews that are conducted.
As far as
Yeah, and that's just it. That just goes to show how inept the cops are, because they looked at the footage and didn't even freaking notice that, or maybe they did and thought they could get away with it. Either way, they messed up.
interviews that are conducted through the course of this or any other investigation, is there ever an interview that's conducted just by one trooper or one person in any investigation that you've done with this unit?
It is, no. We conduct interviews with two people, whether it's a trooper and a local detective, or two troopers assigned to our office, other state police agent unit within the agency.
Now, as far as the case officer, who was a case officer on this particular investigation?
The case officer in this investigation was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And Trooper Proctor works under your supervision, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as far as a search warrant for the ring video from One Meadows Avenue, who specifically sat down, put pen to paper, and wrote the search?
Trooper Proctor was the affiant.
And as far as from that search warrant, are you aware of the materials that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I am aware of it.
And have you reviewed both the material as well as the videos that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
I did.
Now, with reference to those videos, specifically, did you observe if you know, with respect to those videos, how were they sort of ordered sequentially when in the manner in which they were provided as far as date, time, things of that nature?
Objection.
Ask it differently. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
So the videos that you received from Ring that you reviewed, correct?
Yes, I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow that. So he's reviewed videos from Ring. Next question.
What, if any, information did they contain as far as date or time?
That's actually a good point. Our ambulance, for example, have the wording in reverse so that you can see it in your rearview mirror when they come up behind you. This little bastard with the wee woo. I don't know why I just did that. It popped into my head.
The data provided back from Ring provided videos. There was no date and time on the labeling of the identifier, unique identifier for each video, but it was presented in a sequential order, knowing that the last video presented from the provider was the last video within the scope of our request, and the first one being the first in that timeline.
In the scope of your request, the scope of the request of the warrant, what time frame are we talking about?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The first warrant we requested from January 24th at midnight through January 30th at midnight.
And with respect to those videos that were provided, you reviewed each of those, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain of those videos for the time.
So are these, why don't we come to sidebar?
No gimmicks.
You are unmuted.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been previously marked as Exhibit 6, first video 119. If you could pause there, Ms. Gilman. Now, with reference to this particular video, number 119 in Exhibit 6, Sergeant, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as the timing of this particular video?
Based on the appearance of the driveway, we know that this recording took place prior to the blizzard of January 29th.
And as far as anything that you observe in this video, as far as vehicles or people within those vehicles, what, if anything, did you observe within this video?
I observed Mr. O'Keefe's car parked in the same location as he typically parked it, and then
Objection.
I'll strike the as he typically parks.
and then a black SUV parked perpendicularly to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, adjacent to the entryway to the garage.
Is there going to be a press like that?
I would laugh so hard if he backed
At
into
some
that
point in the
car.
course of your viewing of this video and the video surrounding it, you'll be able to identify the operator of the vehicle, black SUV.
Yes, that is the defendant operating her black and color Lexus SUV bearing Massachusetts plate 3 GC 684.
And in this doing, if you could play. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, you're also aware from your review of the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, another video depicting the defendant leaving the house sometime shortly after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
Yes, I am.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also from Exhibit 6 ask for, video 153. If you can just pause there for a moment. Now, Sergeant, with reference to this video and the one just previously from 119, where is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle parked in relation to this video vis-a-vis the other video?
The vehicle's parked in the back corner of the driveway along the fence in the same location as it's parked in the previous video.
And at some point, do you see the defendant's vehicle back out of the garage in the same directionality that it did in the prior video 119?
Yes, you do.
Is that the statement of you could address? Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who the individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point in the shot of the video that you observed, are we able to recognize the operator of the vehicle?
Not from that shot, no.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video, what time in the morning is this video?
The timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
And this gentleman, if you could play through there. Now, from this particular pause portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance do you observe within the still shot of this portion of the video 153?
The portion of this video in the still shot presented identifies a missing, damaged rear right taillight, exposing the white light coming from the right side of that taillight.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to what you're talking about as far as that area of the defense vehicle. Now, earlier in that video, did you observe the defendant's vehicle coming close to or coming into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, at least from this video, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
No damage.
And as far as the ground area around where Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is parked, specifically the rear of that vehicle, what, if any, red pieces or anything you observe on the ground around Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Nothing was observed.
Let's go if you could press it. And Ms. Gilman, from Exhibit 6, if I could have video number 165. You can pause there, please. And Sergeant, have you reviewed this video as well?
Yes, I have.
And when time-wise, in relation to January 29th, approximately is this video?
It's approximately like 12:30 in the afternoon.
And as far as the vehicles in the foreground area from this particular camera shot, you know whose vehicles those are?
Yes. The vehicle in the top left corner is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Vehicle in the middle left is the defendant's vehicle. And I do not know who the other two vehicles are.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Pause there just for a moment. And Sergeant, from the two individuals exiting from that vehicle, do you recognize who those individuals are?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to whom you recognize and identify who that person is.
That there is the defendant, and that there is Mr. Reed.
Again, Mr. Reed, the defendant's father, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Hey, Jude.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could pull up video 166 from the same Exhibit 6. Ms. Gilman, if you can pause there just for a moment. Sergeant, do you recognize the person that just exited from that vehicle and behind the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
As the defendant's brother.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If I could have from the same Exhibit 6, video 171. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Sergeant, from your review of those videos, at various points you observed the defendant's brother cleaning off the defendant's car, correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you observe the defendant's brother cleaning off the area of the right rear passenger side's taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not.
Now, Sergeant, turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, yourself and Trooper Connor Keefe, is that someone you're familiar with?
I am.
And he works within your unit as well?
Yes, he does.
And at some point, did you and Trooper Keefe on that day go to the C.F. McCarthy's establishment?
Yes, we did.
And what was the purpose of your visit to C.F. McCarthy's on that day?
The purpose of our visit was to retrieve surveillance video during the target time in question that we knew the victim and the defendant had visited that establishment. Also, any transaction receipts that we could collect from that location.
And were you able to retrieve both video as well as transaction receipts from that establishment?
We were.
And I'm sorry, my apologies. Before I get into that, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Sergeant, I'm showing you a series of 14 photographs or still shots. If you could just look at those and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these to be still photographs of the ring video that we just watched.
And that would be video 153, the one with the defendant backing out sometime after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to take to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
Damn, I just realized, guys, just double check whether or not you're still subbed to the channel, because YouTube has wiped 40 subs off. I didn't think I'd pissed anyone off that much recently, but maybe just reach down and double check whether or not you're still subbed.
It's 447 for voices. Thank you. Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph number 30. And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen now as exhibit 456?
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom towards the rear of the vehicle. And moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Sergeant, what's up on the screen now? If you could direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the area of the rear passenger side taillight that you were describing damage in. Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, you can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir. So,
Very
Sergeant
funny,
Buchanan, if I could
Porcelain.
take you, again, I'm sorry, back on February 1st to Theater Carthens. You secured video and receipts from that establishment on that day?
That's correct.
And as far as the video and receipts, were you then able to subsequently review those at some point?
Yes, I was.
Now, first, starting with respect to the video. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you two photographs of still shots. Just ask you to look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of the C.F. McCarthy's surveillance video that we collected from that establishment from the dining room camera angle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to sit to introduce in a minute. As the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It's 461 and 460.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask those to be published to the jury at this point.
Okay.
And Sergeant Kennedy, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed this still shot from the CF McCarthy's video.
We observe the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, here. Appears to be communicating with the defendant here. Mr. Camerano is over here as well. Mr. Sullivan is down here as well. Mr. O'Keefe is wearing the gray, light, two-tone sweatshirt that I held up earlier, as well as the jeans.
And the next still shot, Ms. Gilman. And similar to this, similar to the previous one, excuse me, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this still shot here?
Yes, it's, again, the victim on the other side of the defendant, still dressed in the same outfit, and the defendant standing in front of him.
And as far as the bar area adjacent to the defendant, what, if anything, of significance do you know there?
The bar area is located near the taps, the draft beer taps at C.F. McCarthy's. So if you were to look at the bar from the street, that is the left side of the bar orientation on the way to the restrooms.
And I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. As far as the sort of shelf of the bar immediately adjacent to the defendant's left arm, what, if anything, do you observe that?
Here I observe a cylindrical vase-style cocktail glass on the bar, as well as other beer bottles.
Thanks. Assuming you can take that down. With reference to the C.F. McCarthy's video, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain portions of that. It's already been marked as Exhibit 50.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video. If I could ask you to pull it up to about 7 minutes and 50 seconds. And Ms. Gilman, if you could pause just for a moment. I'm just going to ask you to play from 7:50 to about 8 minutes and 20 seconds in, but I may ask you to pause it. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there. Sergeant, as far as just, again, for orientation purposes, with reference to the entrance or exit, point of ingress, egress to the bar, do you observe that somewhere within this video?
Yes, at the top of the screen is the front door to C.F. McCarthy's bar. And as we just viewed, the two gentlemen walking in, they walked in through the front door, heading to the taps area, draft beer location of the bar.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct your attention to that front door area that you're talking about.
The front door area is located right here.
And with respect to those two individuals that came in, do you recognize those two individuals?
Yes, that is the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, dressed in the same outfit as before, and Mr. Camerano.
If you could play that to about 8:20. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, same exhibit 50 from the third video now. If I could ask you to go to about 6 minutes and 10 seconds in. And I'm going to ask you to play that till about 6 minutes and 43 seconds. If I could ask you to pause just there. As far as the individuals around Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, do you observe or recognize anybody else in the bar area around them at this time?
Mr. O'Keefe is sitting next to Mr. Camerano. I believe Mr. Kurt Roberts is there as well, next to Mr. Camerano.
Now, from this time, we're at about 8:51 p.m. or so within the video, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the timestamp on this video, what, if any, information were you provided when you retrieved this video on February 1st in relation to that time and its accuracy to for what time was?
During video surveillance extraction, we verify the time and date on the system, and that is to show us how far behind in the past or in the future. Sometimes devices are timestamped that's in the future. It hasn't happened yet in real time, but the video is stamped so. So what we do is prior to extracting video, we identify the difference in time between real time and video time. In this case, C.F. McCarthy's video was 12 minutes behind real time.
And thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this to about 6 minutes and 40 minutes. Just pause there briefly, Ms. Gilman. As far as anyone else within the area of the bar, the area, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Camerano, Mr. Roberts, who, anyone else you recognize in that area?
It's amazing how often bars look relatively
I recognize the
similar.
defendant walking in and interacting with the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, within that same video 3, I would ask you to go to about 13 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm going to ask you to play from here to about 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Pause there. Now, from your review of this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this part of the video?
This part of the video, I observed the defendant reaching over and retrieving a cylindrical, tall cocktail glass from the bartender.
And again, given the understanding that the video is about 12 minutes off as far as the timestamp, the defendant entered about 8:51 p.m. and is receiving this drink about 8:58 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you could, just go and play that too. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go up to about 32 minutes even into the same video. Now I'm going to ask you to play that for the next 30 seconds or so, to about 32 minutes and 30 seconds. And Sergeant, during that about 30 seconds or so, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive at that point?
A cylindrical cocktail glass.
And so that would be the second drink, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's at approximately 9:15, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could go forward to about 37 minutes into the same video. If you could play that for about the next minute or so, for about 38 minutes. Now, Sergeant, again, from that about 1 minute portion from that video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant receive and do with any items?
She received the shot glass beverage and poured it into the tall cylindrical cocktail glass, and then Mr. John O'Keefe stirred it for her.
And so that would now be the third drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's about 9:20 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to the fourth video, video number 4, and ask you to go about 50 seconds into into this video. And I'm going to ask you to play this, Ms. Gilman, from 50 seconds to about 1:30.
You know what they might get her on? They might get her on DUI because they're using this to establish that she was drinking the night she dropped John off. That's the best I think they can hope for at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Sergeant, from this particular video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe the defendant receiving during this time frame?
She receives another shot glass beverage and then places that liquid into her tall cocktail glass and stacks the second shot glass into the first shot glass into the first tall cylindrical cocktail glass she had previously received and consumed.
So this would now be the fourth drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And per the video, that's about 9:33 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gilman, within this same video, if I could ask you to go to about 26 minutes and 30 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there for just a moment. I'm going to ask you to play this until about 27:40.
Yeah, this is basically just them trying to establish that she was drinking, and therefore that's the reason for the, why she doesn't remember, but clearly that because she doesn't remember, it's because she was so drunk, and she... See, and the trouble is, it still isn't enough to, like, link her to his death, which is why it's so pathetic.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. During that period, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive during that time frame?
She received a tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
I think they were trying to say that one of the glasses was found under his body or
from the
something.
bartender during that time?
A shot glass size beverage.
And what, if anything, did she do with the shot glass in regard to the larger cylindrical glass?
It was placed inside the tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
So that would be drinks 5 and 6, is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
And per the timestamp on the bar video, this is now about 9:57 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to video number 5. And if I could ask you to go to about 3 minutes in. And ask you to play that till about 3:30 or so. Ms. Gilman? And if I could ask you to go to about 10 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Basically, they're trying to establish how many drinks she's
And
had
I would ask you to
because
play
they didn't
that for about a
breathalyze
minute to
at the
about
time.
11:30 or so.
So they're trying to establish exactly how much alcohol she'd had. And this is a sucky way of doing it as well. I occasionally see the prosecutors do it here.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Sergeant, sort of rounder shots during this portion of the video, is that
Very
correct?
funny, Eric.
Yeah, sustained. You can ask it differently.
What, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant and or the group that she was with do in this portion of the video?
In this portion of the video, the two gentlemen to the right of the defendant consume a shot-sized beverage.
And as far as the shot glass that the defendant received, what, if anything, do you observe her to do with that?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Or
Of course you're going to allow it.
strike that. Just what did you observe, not what she had.
What did you observe the defendant to do during that portion?
Prior to the shots being taken, a shot glass was poured into the cylindrical tall glass.
And again, so that would be drink number 7 at that point?
That would be drink number 6.
And I'm sorry, so the previous portion was a cylindrical drink and then a shot glass that was 5 and 6, is that correct?
Objection.
I think that was the testimony, but ask it differently.
As far as that drink during that portion, is that drink number 6 or drink number 7 different?
Objection.
Yeah, in that form, I'll sustain it.
At this point in time in the video, after watching what you've watched, how many drinks has the defendant consumed at this point?
At this point, she's consumed or is in possession of
Objection.
I'll allow it.
6 drinks.
And this is at approximately 10:29 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to about 20 minutes and 30 seconds in. And I should play for the next 10, 20 seconds.
Couldn't tell you, Coke Fury, so hopefully Chad will be able to fill that one in for you. But, I mean, the bars that I went to were fairly similar to that.
And so during that portion of the video, what, if anything, do you observe as to the drink the defendant has and how full it is at that point?
She has a cylindrical tall cocktail glass in her hand.
And can you observe, or did you observe how full that glass was?
Drink number 6 is empty, or near the bottom, almost empty.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to go to about 22 minutes and 40, I'm sorry, 22:40 or so within her time stamp, I'm sorry. Now, from this portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, do you observe the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe doing in reference to sample cartons?
Once the defendant got drink number 7, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walk out of C.F. McCarthy's, the defendant holding the beverage, tall cylindrical glass in her hand.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Gelman, you can take that down. Sorry. I'm showing you the 5-page document. Ask you to review that, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a series of transaction receipts from the tabs at C.F. McCarthy's.
And are these the transaction receipts or tabs that you received, you and Trooper Keefe received from C.F. McCarthy's on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do those tabs pertain to?
The first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab, Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card, being a MasterCard for 5280, was paid by Mr. John J. O'Keefe.
And with reference to the items listed within that particular receipt, what, if any, items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
Under Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Coors Light, $5.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
Call up the speaker to introduce the medicine next exhibit.
We probably should approach
Okay.
briefly.
So, Sergeant Mechanic, on those receipts from C.F. McCarthy's under both Ms. Reed's receipt and Mr. O'Keefe's receipt, there was Tito's vodka listed on the receipt, correct?
Correct.
Now, also on February 1st, what, if any, other establishments did you go to in the town of Kansas?
Myself and Trooper Keefe went up across the street to the Waterfall Bar and Grill and retrieved transaction receipts and video from there as well.
And as far as the video is concerned from that establishment, have you reviewed that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the receipts from that establishment, you reviewed those as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 4 photographs or still shots. You can review those and look up when you're finished. And you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the night of January 29th after midnight, and Mr. O'Keefe is depicted in the still shot.
And those are both interior as well as exterior camera shots of Mr. O'Keefe's sort of exit from the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct. Interior, him leaving at 12:11 a.m., which the timestamp on the surveillance video at the waterfall was accurate to real time. He is holding a beverage, shorter cocktail glass in his right hand as he exits the establishment. He's seen on the exterior camera walking towards Washington Street.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the minutes.
No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask that these be published for the jury.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could just have the first one. My apologies. Please come in if I can have the first one in here. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now marked as Exhibit 464?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the still shots presented to me and entered into the exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill at 12:11 a.m. on the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, holding a cocktail glass.
And if I could have the second still from this second still. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe Mr. O'Keefe and what, if anything, you observe Mr. O'Keefe holding as he's exiting the waterfall.
Mr. O'Keefe is observed here. He's holding that shorter, fatter cocktail glass as he's walking out of the establishment.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the exterior, just the second one, please. And again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now marked as Exhibit 467?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this step.
This is Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall establishment, holding the cocktail glass in his right hand as he walks towards Washington Street.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights. Thank you, sir. Madam, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. Just ask for that. And do you recognize what's contained in Exhibit 54?
I do recognize it, yes.
Are those the receipts that you received from the waterfall when you went there on February 1st?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, sir, with reference to the waterfall, in regard to the timestamp on that surveillance video, what, if anything, were you told as far as the accuracy of that timestamp when you retrieved that video?
That video was confirmed to be accurate in time, as in real time. No discrepancy.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish 3 quick clips from what's been marked as Exhibit 53.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask from Channel 3, the second video down. If I could ask you to go from the timestamp on the top of the screen to 10:54 in 25 seconds. Keep it play. I could ask you to pause right there. So, Sergeant, from that particular portion of the video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe occurred there?
That portion of video depicts Mr. John O'Keefe walking in with the defendant gesturing to a group of people at the top of the screen, and then Mr. O'Keefe walking over and giving a hug to an individual that's part of the group.
Okay. So from the same Channel 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the fourth video down. If I could ask you to go 11:39 in 40 seconds. Pause there, thank you. And in about 5 to 10 seconds or so, I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could pause it, and I'm just going to ask Sergeant if you can direct your attention to sort of the top right corner of the screen. Okay, so pause there. From that portion of the video, you observed the defendant in that portion of the video?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing?
She retrieves a drink from the table and appears to consume it.
Now, as far as the drink and the tall cylindrical glass that you observed her walking out of C.F. McCarthy's with, what, if anything, do you observe from the glass that she's taking a sip of from this portion of the video of the waterfall?
It's a shorter, fatter style glass compared to the cylindrical tall style that she walked out of C.F. McCarthy's with.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, if we could have the lights. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lally, why don't we end for the day? It's been a long day. Everybody ready to go home? Yeah, okay. All right, so Sergeant, we're going to meet you back tomorrow, and I'll ask you to just follow the jurors out when they leave. So jurors, those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
Okay, so that's day 20 coming to an end.
And I will see counsel at sidebar about scheduling, please.
Sidebar, please.
Just give me a second, and I'll pull the page so I can bring up day 21. You're really easy. It'd be a lot easier if I could, like, oh, it's because I'm on the wrong damn page. That's why. Featured overlay, what a shit show, da-da-da. News page. There we go. Alright. Day 20. Day 21. That's alright. Oh, hang on. So we might actually get through day 21 and then onto day 22, which means then I'll only be 3 days behind. Sweet. Alright, here we go. We do have closed captions on this one. Speed is proper, and we're off and running to the races. If we actually get to the trial.
All rise, please, jury entry.
You are unmuted.
Jim.
Hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoli, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, in for the copy of the Norfolk. Do I dare give your attendance and shall be heard? I take the call of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have the witness, please?
So, good morning again, Counsel, and Ms. Reed. Good morning, viewers. We appreciate your patience. Giving us this time actually helps streamline things for us, and we appreciate that. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we
Yeah,
left
I'm
yesterday?
hoping to put in some.
Did anyone
like,
happen
GIFs
to
and stuff
see,
as well for
hear, or
notes.
read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Thank you very much. Everybody answered those questions appropriately. Okay, can we have Sergeant Buchanan, please?
Just remove this one.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Circle back just to a couple things that from your testimony from yesterday. Going back to the video that you reviewed from both C.F. McCarthy's and the waterfall. In total, from those 2 videos, how many drinks did you observe the defendant consuming over her time?
The video shows 9 drinks being consumed by the defendant.
And that's between when she arrives at C.F. McCarthy's until the time that she leaves the waterfall, is that correct?
That is correct.
And if I could turn your attention to the ring video from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's residence. From the videos that you observed, let me ask you first, as far as, do you know how those cameras work as far as when they turn on and when they turn off?
My understanding is that ring surveillance video is triggered to be recorded through motion. So if the camera detects motion, which is constantly live monitoring, and motion is detected, then that video is captured to a cloud-based system that retains that footage.
And from your review of those videos, what kind of motion would set those off? Like what kind of things would be recorded from the driveway camera?
Be activity in the driveway, such as a person walking through, bird landing, a vehicle pulling in, individuals, moving around in the driveway, and so forth.
The search warrant that was applied for was any and all videos between January 24th and January 30th, correct?
For one of the search warrants, that's correct, yes.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, activity based on information that you had received was not available or was not shown on those Ring videos?
The data returned had video that would have been captured from the defendant arriving home after midnight on the 29th, after she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview Road. That video was not present in the data that was returned from Ring.
What, if any, other video in addition to that one was not present?
There was also video missing from the defendant showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the damage to her right rear taillight.
And what, if any, follow-up or what, if any, inquiry was then done with regard to Ring as far as those types of videos or deletion or how those videos could not be present?
Correspondence with Ring produced information that...
Sustain.
Let me ask this first. Was there follow-up with Ring in regard to those videos?
Yes, there was.
And was there ever anything produced with regard to those videos or those timeframes from Ring?
No, there was not.
If I could turn your attention over to your time in Dayton, just in reference to subsequent to that later on, what, if anything, did you receive, or what, if anything, did you request, what, if anything, did you receive from the Dayton Police in regard to January 29, 2022?
I communicated with the Dayton Police Department requesting documentation from their officers' calls for service at our request, and log notes, logs from their dispatching center, as well as any reports that would document their activity if such reports existed.
And did you, what, if any, information did you receive in relation to that?
I received a log note or log printout from their CAD system, and I received a report authored by Officer Barrows.
And did you also receive any 911 calls?
Yes.
And who was the party as far as the 911 caller in regard to those 911 calls that you received?
It was Mr. Reed.
And again, just for clarity purposes, that's the defendant's father, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's from the morning of January 29th, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd, 2022. At some point that morning, where did you go?
During the morning hours of February 3rd, we planned to meet at 34 Fairview Road. Myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper DeChico arrived at that location in order to conduct a secondary search of the area as the temperatures were turning and the snow was melting naturally. We decided to do another search for articles that were now, we realized and learned, were missing and could be of evidentiary value and aid in the in the investigation.
And with respect to going to 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, tools or what, if anything, did you bring with you, you and the other troopers, in regard to conducting that secondary search?
I requested the troopers bring shovels, rakes, anything like gardening items that would help them to dig through the snow and locate any missing items.
And as far as the temperature change that you're talking about, how precipitous a change are we talking about?
The temperatures went above freezing, so the snow did begin to melt, and it was significantly warmer compared to the 18 degrees the night of the incident.
Now, you mentioned items of evidentiary value that you had learned of and were looking for. What, if any, clothing items of Mr. O'Keefe were you looking for specifically on February 3rd?
We were specifically looking for Mr. O'Keefe's baseball cap.
And in addition to yourself, Trooper Proctor and Trooper DeChico, who, if anyone else, did you notify, or who, if anyone, from any other unit within the state police responded that day as well?
We requested the assistance of the Crime Scene Services section of the Massachusetts State Police, and Trooper Evan Brent showed up to assist us with documentation of the location and the evidence that we were hopefully going to find.
And from those, Trooper Brent arrived and took photographs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that Trooper Brent arrived in relation to your arrival?
I believe he was already present when we pulled up, but I'm not sure to his exact time of arrival.
And with regard to that day, what, if anything, in general terms, what, if anything, were you able to locate and where was it, generally speaking?
We located Mr. O'Keefe's baseball hat. We located a drinking straw from a cocktail glass. We located items of plastic, colored plastic, and other shards of colored plastic at the location. All those items were located on the grass portion of the yard near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
And Sergeant, I'm going to show you a series of photos, but I'm going to break this up a little bit.
So, Mr. Lally, with your back to the jurors and the air conditioning on, I'm sure they can't hear you.
My apologies. So, sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some photographs, a series of them, but I'm going to break them up a little bit just to make it,
Okay, sir.
hopefully, quicker. Sir, first I'm going to show you 10 photographs. Ask if you could view those, look up when you're finished. Thank you. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photographs documented the items located at 34 Fairview Road on the grass as the snow receded through the melting temperatures that were revealed to be positioned in the grass.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm off to introduce the minutes and next exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just ask to publish some of these photos.
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with photograph 7659. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 468?
I do.
And if you could, just for orientation purposes, describe to the jury whereabouts in relation to 34 Fairview Road we are in this picture.
As standing on the street of Fairview Road, we're looking at the left side of the yard. In the top right corner, you can tell that there is a flagpole depicted in that photograph and a telephone switch box that's open on the left side, which is on the border of 34 Fairview Road.
And if I could ask from this photograph, if you know, grass that's visible on the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that from a natural melting process, or is that from some of the tools that you and the other troopers brought to assist you in your secondary search?
The reason that grass is exposed is due to processing of the scene and having the snow being moved away from the location, and then natural melting process taking place on top of it. As you can tell, other portions of the yard is covered in snow, and the snow had not, the grass has not revealed itself just yet.
Now, as far as the photographs of various items that were located on this date of February 3rd, the photographs that were taken as they lay, or were they touched or manipulated in any way prior to the photograph being taken?
The items photographed were discovered as soon as we realized what is being discovered through the digging and excavation process. They were then photographed instantly. Certain items were revealed naturally through the melting process and the snow, no longer concealing those items underneath.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can I have photograph 7666? Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 470.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is a clear black and red piece of plastic.
And Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 7669. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's now up on the screen as Exhibit 473?
Yes, that is another piece of plastic.
And sort of towards the top middle of the screen, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that's a fire hydrant from 34 Fairview Road, grass area.
Ms. Gilman, if I can have the next photograph, 4670. For the record, this is Exhibit 474. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is that a closer-up image of what was depicted in the prior exhibit?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7672. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 476?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Another piece of red taillight plastic.
And lastly, from dispatch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7673. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen, depicted in what's now marked as Exhibit 477?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the fire hydrant and the telephone switch box located on the edge of the property line at 34 Fairview Road.
Now, the photographs that I had just placed before you, haven't you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
The property at 34 Fairview Road, left corner towards the street, capturing the flagpole and the telephone switch box.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Tom seeks to introduce and admit the next 10 exhibits.
No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish a few of the photos from this set.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7681. Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen. It has now been marked as Exhibit 481.
I do.
If you could describe to the jury what's depicted in this photograph.
A red piece of plastic.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next one, 760.
Can you use the pointer to show us where that is, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Gilman, 7682. And Sergeant, you recognize what's depicted on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 482.
I do.
You know, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
You are unmuted.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, 7682. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 482?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be? Is
A red piece of plastic.
that the same piece of plastic that pulls our image from the prior exhibit?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7684. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 484?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A white clear piece of plastic and the red piece of plastic.
And lastly, from this, sir, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7687. So again, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as Exhibit 487.
I do.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to the photos before you, have you had a chance to review that set of 10 as well?
Not this one yet, not yet.
If you could, please. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Items that were located in the street, being the black cocktail drinking straw, and then black pieces of plastic, molding plastic, and clear pieces and molding from taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll multi seek to introduce in minutes the next 26.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
None, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could display some of these photographs. Sure.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7688. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the wide shot of the drinking straw being found on the edge of the roadway in front of 34 Ferry Road.
And Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where you observed that straw. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7689. And Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
It's a close-up view of the same straw.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7692. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 492.
I do.
And what are we looking at 492?
Piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler that's provided for comparison and by the crime scene photographer to document the item.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7695. For the record, this is now Exhibit 494. Sergeant, what are we looking at in 494?
It's the same item from just prior, just zoomed in more, showing the detail of the black molding, the clear clear plastic, and red plastic.
Sergeant, as far as those photographs before you, have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what those are?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those?
They're pieces of red plastic, pieces of clear plastic, and a piece of glass.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll multi-seek to introduce in minutes the next exhibits.
No objection.
Thank you.
The hell is dude so sniffly for? Or is it just because he's looking through photos? Sorry, I had to step away and do some actual lawyering for a minute. They're going for littering now. Probably.
It's 498, 508. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a few of these photographs for the jury as well.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7700. For the record, this is now Exhibit 498. Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
We're looking at a red piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler on the edge of the grass on the property of 34 Fairview Road by the road.
And if you could start using that laser pointer to direct the jury's attention to where you observe that item be within this photograph.
Right there.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7705. And for the record, this is Exhibit 502. And Sergeant, if you could, again, describe to the jury what, if anything, of significance you noted there.
It's a shard of red plastic next to a measuring ruler.
But there wasn't
Ms.
that much
Gilman, if I
red
could have
plastic
photograph
missing from the-
7708. For the record, this is now Exhibit 504. Again, Sergeant, if you could, using a laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you note in this area.
There is a black piece of plastic molding next to a measuring ruler.
And lastly, from this set, Ms. Gilman, exhibit, photo number 7712. Again, for the record, this is Exhibit 508. And again, Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you note in this.
A clear piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler.
That's found on the grass area as well, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to that new set of photos before you, have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that those photographs to contain?
They contain small red pieces of plastic from 34 Fairview Road on the grass area where we located the others. Also contain a flimsy piece of circular, like very malleable plastic, clear plastic, in addition to that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come on, please introduce the
Flimsy
next
malleable
candidate.
plastic. What the hell was that from?
Thank you. And Your Honor, may I publish some of these photos for the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7715. For the record, this is now Exhibit 511. Sergeant, direct your attention to the screen if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
That is the thin, malleable, circular in shape, a piece of clear plastic that was located in the lawn area of 34 Fairview Road.
Now, lastly, Sergeant, there's that set of photos that I...
Hang on. It's trash. It's literally a lid from like a bubble tea thing or something like that. What? Why is this important? Because they're trying to get it for littering? Like, I'm being facetious, you know what I mean. Like, oh, for God's sakes.
Now, lastly, Sergeant, there's that set of photos that I just placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
There are Those are items recovered in the lawn at 34 Fairview Road. Those items are a shard of glass, a BPD baseball hat with an American flag, and stains of blood.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce them in the next 16 minutes. Sorry.
No objection.
Better with the hand.
It's 5:18 and 5:30.
5 what?
Therefore, you are-
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Your Honor, with the court's, I'm sorry. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photos for the jury as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7727. For the record, this is now exhibit 520. And again, Sergeant, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
I observed a shard of glass next to a measuring ruler.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7729. For the record, this is exhibit 522. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
It's a larger piece of red plastic with black molding around the edge, located next to the telephone switch box on the grass area at 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7733. For the record, this is exhibit 526. And Sergeant, from this photograph, what, if anything, are we looking at here?
This photograph here depicts the area which we are excavating during the morning hours of February 3rd, 2022. As the shovel works its way towards the grass, my laser pointer is directing your attention to Mr. O'Keefe's hat that was compacted underneath the snow on the ground.
Now, as far as this photograph is concerned, does that accurately depict the depth of the snow that you were digging into and sifting through on the morning of February 3rd?
But is that the hat there?
It does.
Now, again, it's several days.
Where's that? Where's the hat that they... I can't see a friggin' hat! Is this the hat? Because that doesn't look like it's particularly buried deep.
After the blizzard of January 29th, correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7740. For the record, this is exhibit 530. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
We're looking at Mr. O'Keefe's hat on the grass, pressed down and compacted to a flat surface underneath the snow, which has been excavated
shit.
around it.
That doesn't look very compressed and
Ms. Gilman, you
compacted.
can take that down.
But it also doesn't look like it was under much
Thank you, Mr. Ross.
snow.
Thanks, Jim.
Sergeant, on February 3rd, 2022, is that the first time that you had been at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
And with respect, if I could turn your attention briefly to the following day of February 4th. Did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day?
Yes, I did.
And what brought you to 34 Fairview Road on February 4th?
Having excavated those items on the 3rd, I directed the troopers in my office, who obviously reside in the communities around us, to make a point to travel by that location every day on the way to work and every day on the way home. The purpose of that was to see if anything else was to reveal itself as the snow naturally melts away and items could present themselves. So on the February 4th, as I am traveling to work, I diverted my typical route of travel to go by 34 Fairview Road. Just prior to my arrival, I received a call stating that there was Canton police representatives at the scene, and more items have been revealed due to the melting snow, and that I should come collect those items. I was down the street. I arrived and collected the item that presented itself.
And if you recall, that item that you collected on February 4th, was that located on the lawn, on the street, or something else?
It was on the lawn.
Now, with reference to your collection of these items, either on February 3rd, February 4th, or on any sort of subsequent date, how were they collected, and what exactly did you do with them in reference to the seizing of the items and storage of the items?
Each item that was collected was placed in a evidence paper bag. The collection was done by utilizing latex gloves to prevent any transfer of evidence from fingerprints to DNA onto those items. Then those items were transported to our office, logged into the system, and stored in the evidence lockers at the office.
And each of those respective bags of items or evidence, they were sealed as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, turning your attention to February 10th of 2022, did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day as well?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you seize on that particular day?
We seized more shards of glass and plastic.
And if you know, or if you recall, how many pieces did you seize on that particular day?
My memory is exhausted to that, but exact numbers annotated in on the bags that the items were placed into.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you documents attached to the look tab section and look up in your. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, is your memory refreshed as to how many items or what the items were that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it is.
And what were those items and how many, sir?
There was 6 items of clear red and black plastic and 14 items of plastic and glass.
Now, in addition to the dates that you were present at 34 Fairview Road and recovered items, them being February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, were there other dates that you're aware of that items were recovered by troopers that you supervised?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were those dates?
The dates were January 29th, February 11th, and February 18th.
Were there items recovered on February 8th as well?
Yes.
Now, as far as your direction or having, let me first start with you. So on the dates that you were there, February 3rd, 4th, and 10th, were you alone on those dates? Were there other troopers with you when you were there?
On the 4th, I was alone as far as state police personnel. There were other Canton law enforcement representatives at the scene with me as I collected that one item. On the other days, I was accompanied by other troopers.
And as far as you know, obviously not being present, but from your supervision of these troopers, were there other occasions where individuals were at 34 Fairview Road? Were they alone or were they with a group of troopers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the items that were recovered when you were there on February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you for today?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm presenting you with a box. First, just ask if you recognize that box.
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It's the box storing items logged into evidence as they relate to this case.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, may the sergeant open the box?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, first, Sergeant, with regard to the items as far as plastic and or glass that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, if you could locate those items. And Sergeant, with respect to each of those bags, they contain items of evidentiary value, whether they be plastic or glass, that were recovered on February 3rd. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, how many bags in total do you have there before you?
I have 3 bags, 2 containing broken glass and plastic, and a steering straw, broken red plastic and clear plastic, and a bag containing 1 black Boston Police Department hat.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in minutes the next 3 exhibits.
No objection.
Okay.
No particular order.
Yes. 535, 536, and 537.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with respect to what's now been marked as Exhibit 537, with the court's permission, may the sergeant remove that item, the hat, from the bag and display for the jury.
Yes.
Hey, James. That doesn't look very crushed to me.
Thank you, sir. You can place that back in the bag. Sergeant, from your observations of Mr. O'Keefe on surveillance video from both C.F. McCarthy's and the waterfall on January 29th, what, if any, similarities did you observe between the hat which just displayed and located on the lawn of 34 Fairview Road and the hat Mr. O'Keefe was wearing in those videos?
It appears to be the same exact hat.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to the box of other items, if you could remove what, if any, items you recovered and seized from 34 Fairview Road on February 4th. And again, sir, just for the record, what's contained within that bag from February 4th?
Contained within the bag is a piece of red, hard plastic taillight cover.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 538.
And lastly, Sergeant, with regard to the box, if you could remove the items that you seized from February 10th, 2020. And Sergeant, with respect to those 2 bags of items, if you could just inform the jury what is contained within those bags.
Bag labeled item number 10 contains 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Bag labeled number 11 is containing 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments.
Thank you, Sergeant. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 2 exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibits 539 and 540.
I'm sorry. Was that 539 and 540?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Moving on from that, if I could bring you back just one last time to bring videos from One Meadows Ave, as far as you had testified earlier that there was no video that you observed of the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts looking at the passenger side taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any video of the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts actually leaving from One Meadows Ave on that morning of January 29th?
There was not.
Now, as far as the videos that were not there, as far as the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts leaving, the next video depicted Mr. Camerano arriving at the residence to pick up Ms. Furbush, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with regard to the missing video of the defendant arriving at One Meadows Ave on January 29th, sometime after midnight, the video immediately preceding that, again, would have been Mr. Camerano arriving and picking up his daughter from One Meadows Avenue sometime around 11:30 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And those videos were both present, correct?
That's correct.
If I could bring you back to February 3rd, 2022. On that date, did you have occasion to meet with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes, I did.
And when you met with Mr. Higgins, who, if anyone from your office, was with you when you met?
Trooper Mike Proctor was from my office present during that interview.
And during the course of that interview, what, if any, documentation did Mr. Higgins provide you with?
Mr. Higgins provided me with a printout of a Celebread extraction containing conversations via text message between him and Mr. John O'Keefe and between him and the defendant. He also provided a digital copy of the same extraction on a CD.
Now, what, if anything, did you advise Mr. Higgins of at that time as far as Mr. O'Keefe's phone and the defendant's phone?
I advised Mr. Higgins that we were in possession of both of those devices and would have the extraction and accurate documentation of those conversations.
And did he seem to understand that when you told him?
Yes, he understood it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that, folks.
Now, also on February 3rd, at some point, did you have occasion to go inside of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
And who, if anyone, did you interview inside of 34 Fairview Road on that day?
I interviewed Mrs. Albert.
That would be, just for the record, Nicole Albert, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, was present with you during that interview of Nicole Albert?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor was present with me.
Anybody else from the Albert family present in the home or present during the course of that interview?
Mr. Brian Albert was also present. I don't know who else exactly was present in the home. I just know that those two residents were in the room with us.
And where was Brian Albert at the time that you conducted the interview of Nicole Albert?
In the room with us, seated next to her.
Rob Mill.
Now, with reference to,
Mill.
I'm going to ask you just a little bit about sort of the interview process as far as the interviews that you conducted in this case.
Yes.
If you could describe for the jury, starting with sort of how many people from your unit are present for a given interview and how those interviews are conducted.
We conduct interviews always in pairs. I think I mentioned it yesterday. Typically, during a regular investigation into a homicide or any death investigation, we pair up our troopers with a local detective. In this instance, since Canton had recused themselves from interview portion of the investigation, they were not going to provide manpower for those interviews to be conducted. Thus, we had to utilize only troopers from our office in order to conduct those interviews.
And typically, obviously not perfect, but as far as the interviews that you were present for, about how long a period of time, generally speaking, were the interviews that you conducted in this case?
From my experience, I have learned that to fully communicate a course of recollection of events that an individual observes, experiences, or is aware of, and understand every detail of that experience, it would take approximately 45 minutes at a minimum to conduct a full interview with a witness in detail.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to June 9th of 2022. On that date, at some point, did you have occasion?
Do I believe in body behavior stuff? Look, 8 times out of 10 when I've had to worry about it in court or things like that, it has not been reliable, nor has it been relied upon. I mean, look, you can generally tell from someone's body language when someone's being shifty or they're nervous or whatever else like that. But you don't have to be a specialist in body language to be able to work that out for yourself. I mean, if someone genuinely believes that they can lie to you and get past you, then, you know, they're going to find a way to do so. In terms of, like, the actual body behavior stuff, I don't put a huge amount of stock in it, frankly. At least not during the trial, anyway. I mean, it might be more appropriate when it comes to keeping an eye on and deciding jurors, but yeah, not so much. Did they conclude she's guilty because of her resting bitch face? Oh, that's bad.
To meet with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And at some point during that meeting, did you have conversation with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And was that conversation, or at least portions of it, memorialized in any way?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a disc. Does that contain an audio recording, to the best of your knowledge? Does that contain an audio recording of a portion of your conversation with Ms. Reed on June 9th, 2022?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll also seek to introduce the minutes of the
All right. No objection, Mr. Jackson? All right, folks, before we play this, again, please be mindful of the instruction from yesterday. So you're about to hear statements allegedly made by the defendant, allegedly concerning the crimes with which she's charged in this case. Before you can consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether the statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or any questioning by the police, the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor, and you must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances.
With the court's permission, may we publish that to the jury at this time?
Yes, do you want to turn off the air conditioning? Is this very short, right?
It is very short, and if we could, please, yes.
I've put the hat on because the hair is terrible, and I will listen very intently.
And this is just audio, correct?
Might want to slow it down. All right.
Okay, you're aware that you speeding up that brand Commonwealth.
I can't hear shit. What was that? Something about Brian Albert? Hang on. That's terrible. I mean, they're supposed to be recording interviews and shit like that. How is it that they don't use proper frickin' microphones for this shit?
Okay, you're aware that you speeding up that brand Commonwealth. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My tail end is correct and John was pulverized.
Thank you.
What?
My tail end is correct and John was pulverized.
Okay, got the red tail light and John was pulverized.
Okay, you're aware that you speeding up.
It's just white noise to me.
Okay, you're aware that you speeding up that brand Commonwealth.
Something by Brian Albert.
I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right?
We're all on the same joke, right?
My tail end is correct and John
Red tail light was cracked.
was pulverized.
And John was pulverized. She says, okay, so you're aware that he was beaten up by Colin and Brian Albert.
Okay, you're aware that you speeding up that brand.
Holy shit! It does say that!
Okay, you're aware that you speeding up that brand Commonwealth.
So you're aware he was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. We're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight was cracked and John was pulverized, is what I got. Admit it.
We're all in on the same joke, right?
We're all in on the same joke, right?
My tail end is correct and John.
Was it my taillight or is it right taillight was cracked? Is this supposed to be Karen talking or is this somebody else? Is this another female?
Was pulverized.
And John was pulverized.
Thank you.
How many times have you had to replay that and how many times have the jury heard it? Okay, so it was Karen, and okay. I wasn't sure if it said my or right, but I mean, frankly, in my opinion, that could go either way. Not that it really makes a difference to it, but this was an unforced error by the state. Certainly, it was a little candle on the conspiracy theory, independent of the attorneys.
Sergeant, on hearing that statement from the defendant, what was your reaction?
Objection.
Sustained.
On hearing that statement, what, if anything, did you do?
I advised the defendant not to further speak.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Now,
I'm willing to bet that it was not that he advised her not to further speak. I'm willing to bet he told her, "Shut the fuck up, bitch," and that he's twisting that. The sarcastic Bostonian was speaking, and they're introducing that as her confession.
points over the course of your investigation were you made aware of forensic findings relating to the defendant's tailor?
Yes, I was.
And specifically DNA findings?
Yes.
And specifically that there were...
Objection.
Sustained. Yes. You can turn the air conditioning.
You can turn the air conditioning back on. Sounds more like incredulous to me. It does to me too. What if Karen had a dash cam in the car? The case would have been open and shut. I know, right? She's being booked. It's body-worn camera footage.
You are unmuted.
You are unmuted. Oh, hang on. I can do that better.
You are unmuted.
I'm back. Have one moment.
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
So, Sergeant Mechanic, on January 16th, 2024, at some point in that day, did you meet with a Sergeant Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
I did.
And who, if anyone else, well, let me ask you this. As far as any other troopers from your office, who, if anyone else, was there with yourself and Sergeant Gallerani?
Trooper Mike Proctor.
And what was the purpose of your meeting with Sergeant Gallerani, Trooper Proctor, on that morning?
Collection of our DNA.
And was that something that you did voluntarily?
Yes.
And how was it that the sergeant collected your DNA?
Through a buccal swab.
And were you present when Trooper Proctor submitted to a buccal swab as well?
Yes, I was.
And then as far as the swabbings that were taken from both yourself and Trooper Proctor, were those logged into evidence by you, or did Sergeant Gallerani take them with him when he left?
Sergeant Gallerani took him with it when he left.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Only person who caught the start of it was Runkle because the captions didn't pick up the second half. Well, thank you for pointing it out for me. Because you're right, I wouldn't have heard that.
My apologies, Your Honor.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, it's okay. How many times have you raked
Thank you very much,
Jackson and the
Sergeant. Your Honor, I
defense
have no further
over
questions.
for
Okay.
not moving things along.
Cross-examination?
But that's okay. Shit.
Sergeant Butnick, I want to start with one of the latter things that you discussed with Mr. Lally, and that's specific to the ring video that y'all talked about this morning. Do you have that in mind?
I do.
The search warrant that produced, and just so we're clear, I'm talking about the specific ring video or series of videos that were associated with One Meadows, John O'Keefe's home.
Okay.
Okay. You didn't write the search warrant for those ring videos, did you?
I did not.
You were not the affiant for those search warrants.
I was not.
Who was the author of the search warrant and the affiant?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor.
Who received the actual ring video or videos from the Ring Corporation?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor received it.
And who ultimately either logged those into evidence or controlled those once they were received from the Ring Corporation?
I believe it was Trooper Mike Proctor.
And ultimately, Sergeant Butnick, you did note that in addition to just the physical videos themselves, that login information and login keystrokes, et cetera, were requested from the Ring Corporation as well, correct?
There was discussion with Ring asking for those logs.
I'll call it, is it correct to say an activity log?
That's what was requested, yes, activity log, yes.
So ultimately, the activity log would show who logs in, who accesses the data, things of that nature, correct? Or at least that was the hope.
That is what was requested.
All right. It would also show logging in and executing deletions, manipulating the log files, things of that nature, correct?
That is what was requested, yes.
When you reviewed those log or activity logs, there was no evidence revealed that my client ever logged into that account, correct?
There was no activity logs provided by Ring.
So you have zero, hang on. Isn't it true that Ring contacted Trooper Proctor and indicated that they had created a Dropbox folder that contained the evidence that had been sought in the search warrant?
Jackson.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that the search warrant return specified account information, video recordings, and number 3, activity logs associated with video recordings are all times displayed in UTC?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Do you recall that activity logs were in fact provided from the Ring Corporation?
I do not recall that, no.
Okay. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Okay, that is not how you spell narcissistic.
Take a look, Sergeant, at that paragraph with my fingers on it, it's about the 3rd paragraph down the middle of the page, and review that to yourself and let me know when you're finished.
Wait, why am I sitting here watching this?
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does this refresh your recollection as to the items received from the Ring Corporation?
That is the first time I saw that document, so it does not refresh my recollection. I simply read it.
So do you have a recollection as you sit here that in fact during the course of your investigation, the 3 items that you received from the Ring Corporation were the account information, the video recordings, and quote, activity logs associated with the video recordings, all times displayed in UTC?
To the extent of its availability, as it says in that document.
Okay.
Oh, don't be a cock about it.
The long and short of it is, during the entire course of your investigation, you never revealed that investigation never revealed any evidence whatsoever that my client ever even accessed the account information for the Ring account associated with this search warrant, correct?
Nothing provided by Ring proved or suggested or proved any evidence of that type of activity, no.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, you were notified.
I am not Trooper Proctor.
I'm sorry. No, you're not.
Oops.
Sergeant Buchnick.
Sergeant Buchanan.
How do I say it?
Buchanan.
I'll give that a shot.
It's fine.
Buchanan?
Yes.
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
Bukaki.
If I screwed up
Most
again,
of these people
please.
cops, they never stop being cops about anything. Apparently not.
On January 29th, you were notified about a Boston police officer found gravely injured outside the home of 34 Fairview at about 6:40 in the morning. Was that your testimony?
That is not.
What time were you notified?
I was not notified it was a Boston police officer.
So you didn't have that information upon the first notification?
I did not.
Okay, what information did you have?
There was a male party in the snowbank, possibly of a heart attack.
At what point did you learn that the individual was, in fact, a sworn Boston police officer?
I do not know exactly when I learned that he was a Boston police officer.
I think it was during that day or the following day?
It was most likely that day, either. Yeah.
Fair enough. Trooper Proctor was ultimately assigned as the, what did you call him? Not lead investigator, but case officer?
That's correct.
He was assigned on the 29th, correct?
He was on call from 7 a.m. on January 28th until 7 a.m. on January 29th.
So his assignment was, he was assigned on the 29th because he was on call.
He was on call. His assignment took effect when the schedule came out back in mid-December.
Okay. Well, he wouldn't be assigned to this investigation until there was a need for the investigation, right? And that's all I'm getting to. I mean, once the call came in, he was the assigned case agent.
Once the calls come in, the person that's on call is automatically assigned that case.
All right. Did you personally, as his supervisor, did you personally respond to 34 Fairview at any point on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Did Trooper Proctor, at your direction or on his own, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time on January 29th?
No, he did not.
Based on your initial investigation, and I'm talking about going way back, Sergeant, on your initial investigation, by 10 or 10:30 in the morning, 10:40 in the morning, it was your belief that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the face by a person. That was your initial understanding of the circumstances surrounding the investigation, correct?
My initial understanding was that the defendant stated that she hit him. We did not know the...
Sergeant, you hadn't even met my client at that point. You hadn't interviewed a single witness by 10:41 in the morning, correct? Not one witness.
That's not correct. We had already interviewed the first responders.
Okay, when I say witness, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. So at 10:41, you hadn't interviewed a person at 34 Fairview or associated civilians associated with this incident, correct?
At that point, no civilians have been interviewed, no.
But at 10:41, Sergeant, you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital to inform them that, quote, Mr. O'Keefe was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, end quote, correct?
I do not recall contacting Good Samaritan Hospital.
May I approach?
Yes.
Well, this will be good because you know there's going to be a transcript of that. Looks like either loads up the trains to be taken to shout. Jesus, Law Pope.
I'd like you to take a look at this document, and if you wouldn't mind, pay special attention to the second page, the bottom paragraph where it's tabbed in pink.
Always call them Democrats. Oh, he doesn't like what he's reading. The smug look of getting caught. Look at that. He's like, yeah, I'm okay. I can talk my way out of this. This is nothing. Yeah, bullshit.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Damn it, how did the captions line up down there?
Having reviewed this, does this refresh your recollection that you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital and gave them an assessment, at least based on your investigation at that time?
That is not true.
What did you say to Good Samaritan Hospital?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital. That document is for the medical examiner's office.
I'm not asking you where the document is from. I'm asking you if the document says Trooper Yuri Buchanan called back at 10:41 stating the case is now being treated as a suspicion.
The objection sustained.
Did you call back to Good Samaritan Hospital and say that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious due to a domestic situation? Did you say that?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital.
Did you say that there's a possibility that D was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a fucking
ever
transcript
contact
and
anybody
call record from the
in
hospital
any
saying that
medical
you called them.
facility and indicate that
If you didn't, someone pretending to be you did.
was being treated as a suspicious, in quotation marks, because the victim appeared to have been struck in the face by a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Allow that. Did you ever say that?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I did say that to the medical examiner's operations desk.
Okay, so when I was
you said
asking
it
you
to
if you ever
somebody.
said it to Good Sam, you said, no, that's not true, that's never happened. You were correcting me on the fact that it happened at the...
You slimy motherfucker! Jackson caught him. It's literally, you weren't correcting me on the fact that you never said it, you were correcting me on the fact that you didn't say it to Good Samaritan. So, oh, you slimy piece of garbage. Oh. Yep, thank you for reminding me. You piece of shit. Because he's right, nothing that he said on the stand could be seen as perjury because he didn't lie. He specifically said, I did not speak to Good Samaritan. I never said that to Good Samaritan, but you said it to the medical examiner's office. Slimy.
medical examiner's office, not a Good Samaritan.
I responded and answered your question honestly, yes.
Okay, so honestly...
There's a difference between answering honestly and doing such in a way that subverts the course of justice, which I would argue you just did, you motherfucking piece of shit.
You did, in fact, at 10:41 a.m., indicate to another professional involved in the investigation that the circumstance was being treated as a physical assault at that point, correct?
I communicated our suspicions to the medical examiner's office.
And that was at 10:41 or thereabouts in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
Your initial investigation during those obviously critical hours, the beginning hours, led you to believe that there was at least a good possibility, you indicated that you made a phone call, that it was a physical altercation that led to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
That's correct, yes.
What steps did you take, sir, in those moments, to determine whether someone in the house at 34 Fairview may have been involved in that physical altercation that you suspected at the time?
Nothing.
As investigations develop, we followed the evidence and
You didn't follow shit.
statements made. The steps I took was Trooper Proctor and I proceeded to an eyewitness who was also present at the scene when the victim was discovered and interviewed Ms. McCabe.
And prior to that, prior to interviewing Ms. McCabe, by the way, that was at Ms. McCabe's home, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Even though you believe that there may have been a physical altercation, you didn't ask anybody to come down to the station. Is that right?
No, it's not even that he's lying or that the hospital had. It wasn't that the hospital was involved. He's specifically saying, I didn't lie because I did not speak to the hospital. I spoke to the medical examiner's office. So me saying that I did not say that to the hospital is a true statement, and that is honest. But that is still, in my opinions, is the medical examiner's office located at Good Samaritan Hospital? I would think not. Cops are professional liars because they get daily training with people lying to them, so they're masters of the BS. Mm-hmm.
Any of the witnesses?
That's correct.
And you did not seek to actually go to the physical location of 34 Fairview in those next few hours?
That's correct.
Or
It's
the
not like
next
it's a
few
critical
days,
time for the investigation
correct?
or anything.
Not myself, no.
Okay. As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor did not either, did he?
No, he did not.
You didn't secure the interior of the house as a potential crime scene. You certainly know how to do that, right?
That's a cop-out question. Do you want me to answer whether I did it or whether I know how to do it?
Well, I'll ask the
Excuse
question.
me?
If you can answer it, please answer it.
Okay.
Can you answer that question?
I can answer that question.
Why don't you answer both of them then?
First portion is we did not secure the home as a crime scene. And the second portion, yes, I do know how to do that.
And
Then why didn't you?
As a Massachusetts State Police official, you didn't secure the outside as a crime scene either, did you?
I did not know.
To your knowledge, nobody else from Massachusetts State Police ever did either, did they?
Yes, they did.
How was that done and when?
When members of our office and the CERT team responded to that location and secured the front yard grass area and processed it.
That was at
And it was released within
5:45,
16
6
hours.
o'clock that night on the 29th?
I believe it was earlier, but I was not present, so I can't testify to the time.
So you don't know personally what they did to quote unquote secure or not secure the crime scene. You know they searched it, but in terms of securing it as a crime scene, you don't have personal knowledge to that.
I was not present.
Okay. You never took any photos of the interior of the house, correct?
Hey, Jackson, you skipped a question there. He said he did not have personal knowledge. Okay. The way that he answered that, your follow-up should have been, did anyone express to you what was done? He's really going to have to, be careful with this dipshit. Pretty much every question has an open-ended way of getting around it, and Jackson's really going to have to nail him on them.
I did not know.
You never caused CSSS to go inside the house and process that house as a potential crime scene, correct?
I did not know.
No forensic criminalist at your direction ever went into 34 Fairview?
No, they did not.
I'm sorry, what? Boston police officer Brian Albert's house, the actual scene of the crime, was ordered off limits. The code red was called in order to leave his house alone. Aussie would just not wear the hat to court. We have this little thing here where the judges require certain standards, and literally, if I tried to wear this to court, I can promise you right now, I would hear the words from the judge, I cannot see you, I cannot hear you, which means they will completely ignore my presence and just tell me to, and it's basically telling you to get the fuck out. It's a good question, who ordered the code red? If we know that detail, I wonder if there's anything on the Reddit thread on it.
And the people that you interviewed on January 29th, you already mentioned Ms. McCabe. The other people were her husband, Matt McCabe, correct?
That's correct.
And her brother-in-law, Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct.
And all three of them were interviewed where?
They were interviewed at the McCabe residence.
Now, yesterday when you testified, did you indicate that Brian Albert was not present in the home when you interviewed Matt McCabe and Jennifer McCabe?
He was not present in the dining room when we were interviewing each individual separately.
So if all three of them testified that he arrived before you arrived, they would all be wrong.
I did not see him in the home when we arrived, no.
I want to switch gears real quick to a couple of the physical items that you testified about yesterday, specifically the gray shirt or the gray hoodie and the orange shirt. You and Trooper Proctor collected both of those items you indicated from the floor of the hospital at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's correct.
You testified that you and Trooper Proctor immediately bagged both of those items. They were sort of sopping wet, I think you said.
That's correct.
You indicated that the bags were so wet that you had to take the items back out of the bags and then lay them out on, I think you said, butcher paper. Is that right?
The items were soaked and wet. They were bagged, double bagged, to prevent leakage of physiological fluids and the moisture coming off of it. And then once they were transported to the office, they were laid out on butcher paper in order to dry naturally.
So you went from Good Samaritan directly to Dighton, correct?
That is correct.
And then you went from Dighton directly to the Canton Police Department, after which you had seized the vehicle, correct? And the phone.
We seized the phone in the vehicle in Dighton and then followed the tow truck straight to the Canton Police Department.
So at some point, if you had received or gathered the wet clothing at Good Sam, went from Good Sam to Dighton Canton PD, at what point that evening did you finally get those items of clothing out and laid out to dry?
It was late that night, around 10 or so.
So where were the items in the meantime?
They were stored in the back passenger compartment of my pickup truck.
In those double bags?
Correct.
Who took control of the items to then lay them out late that night at the office?
I do not recall.
Is that you or Trooper Proctor?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
At some point, obviously, it was getting late. You'd been on duty for a long time that day. You went home at some point, correct?
At some point, yes.
Did you wait for those clothes to dry before you went home, or did you leave that in Trooper Proctor's hands?
No, once they were laid out in the processing area in the office, we went home.
Okay. Who would have controlled those items of evidence when you left?
Well, they're under lock and key within the secure area of the district attorney's office, so they're secured. Nobody's in physical control watching guard over them.
Who had access to that area?
Troopers in our office.
Meaning you, obviously.
Yes.
Supervisor. Trooper Proctor as well, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Ultimately, given the fact that he was the case officer, sort of in charge, the lead, he would have bagged those items up, been responsible for taking those items, tagging them, getting them stored wherever they needed to be stored and processed, correct?
As a case officer, he could direct other people to perform those tasks for him. The evidence officers in the office log and log in the evidence. And once it was dried, it was sealed up, bagged, and put into storage. As far as who actually performed those tasks, I do not know.
Well, yesterday, Your Honor, may I approach course, right? There's a couple of evidence.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Thank you. This is not a vision contest. I'll bring these up to you in just a second, but just for familiarity's sake, do you recognize these two bags as bags that you brought to court with you yesterday?
They look familiar, yes.
Okay. This one has a 437 on it on my right. The one on my left has a 438 on it. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to open those. Don't worry about gloving up at this point. The bag on your left, which one is that? 437 or 438?
The bag on my left is 437.
437. Okay. And you indicated that those items were bagged after the clothing was dried and then ultimately processed in, logged in, correct?
Once the items dried, they were bagged and logged in, waiting processing, yes.
But you didn't personally do that?
No, I did not, no.
Matter of fact, looking at the bag on your right, what's been marked as Exhibit 430, help me? 438, thank you.
Help me.
That one has some writing on it, correct?
Yes, it has a lot of hand writing on it, yes.
And that, whose handwriting is that?
I don't know.
You've seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting 1,000 times, I guess, correct?
Not 1,000 times, but...
Does it look like his writing?
It says Trooper Proctor on it, but other than that, I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting looks like.
All right. It indicates that Trooper Proctor is the one that bagged that item or those items up, correct?
Yes, this bag indicates that the item was collected by Trooper Proctor on 129.
Right.
At 10.
And it says Brockton, correct?
Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, yes.
You just took the question out of my mouth. That's where Good Samaritan Hospital is, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a tag or a
This is actually getting me worked up enough that I've tried putting my left leg on my right leg to stop the shaking, and it hasn't worked. I'm going to get up and get a drink. I will continue letting this play, but I'm hoping that this smarmy fuckwit at least learns how to answer a goddamn question properly when I get back. Hayden's legendary vibrating chair. Well, no, right now it's my vibrating foot, and it's going to cause my calf to lock up if I'm not careful, so I need to take a break. I'll be back in a minute.
printed label. Looks like a label maker of some sort that is on that physical bag, correct?
Yes.
Before we get to that, what's the description on that bag?
Leg is not on chair. Both legs are on ground.
I'm sorry. Can you be specific as to description of what or?
Where it says description of items.
Description of enclosed evidence?
Correct.
It says one orange T-shirt, one gray long sleeve shirt.
Okay. So may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And before I do that, just so I close this loop, what's the description on the bag to your left, the one that looks like it's less sprinkled?
Number 437?
Yes. If you would read the same clothing description.
The description of enclosed evidence states sweatshirt with recovered items inside container.
Okay. May I approach now?
Yes.
Thank you. Yesterday when you opened, I'll keep my voice up. Yesterday when you opened these two bags, this one, 437, has the gray sweatshirt in it. 438 has the orange T-shirt in it now, correct?
That's what was in the bag, yes.
All right. However, the bag indicates at one point This bag, 438, the physical bag I'm holding in my left hand, had both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt together, correct?
That's what the description is. I do not know if that was in case or in fact the case.
The reason you don't know is because you're not the one that bagged Trooper Proctor did, correct?
The reason I don't know is I wasn't present during the separation of those items, and I did not observe it taking place, nor was I made aware of how the items were separated or when.
You are aware, however, that tag that's on the label maker looking tag, the white tag that's on that bag indicates that indicates a date of February 4th, correct?
You'd have to bring that back up. I'm
sorry.
I didn't take note of that.
My fault. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just direct your attention to the tag and the date associated with that tag.
The label maker tag does have the date February 4th, 2022 on bag number exhibit 438.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Yep.
That's obviously 6 days after the item was actually recovered on the 29th, correct?
Yes, it is.
So that indicates, at least based on that tag, that that item was not booked into evidence and processed until 6 days after it was actually recovered on the floor at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
The date indicates February 4th, 2022.
Right, and that date would be indicative, in your experience, of the date that it's moved into processing by some other folks, the evidence sergeants or whomever, or the evidence officers rather, or whomever, correct?
I can't speak to their procedures as far as when they print the date. That date could be when they printed the label, but the bag might have been tagged otherwise. I do not know that.
But there's no other tag on that bag that suggests an earlier date, correct?
There's just that one tag from the label maker.
My question to you, if you know, sir, and you may not know, is what was happening to these items between January 29th, after you lost sight of them that night on the butcher paper, and February 4th, when that tag indicates that they were first processed?
To the best of my knowledge, those items were drying on the butcher paper.
For 6 days?
If that's what the label maker says, yes, for 6 days. They were soaking wet.
That was rude.
And those would have been certainly accessible to and in the possession of the lead case officer in the case, was Trooper Proctor, right?
Yes, if Trooper Proctor needed to review those items, he would have access to those items. Absolutely.
And you're also aware that the first actual log of any chain of custody for those items is March 14th, when they were finally submitted 6 weeks later to the crime lab.
That is not true. The first actual log of those items is when we collected them from the hospital.
Where's the log? I'm talking about a physical log, like sign in, sign out log. Where's the log?
It's documented in the reports saying that we collected them.
I know that there's a report. Anybody can write a report, right? I can write a report. Doesn't mean anything. I'm asking for a log.
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
Obviously, when items move in and out of people's custody in an official capacity for the Massachusetts State Police, there's a log of that, correct?
It's documented, yes.
Or at least it should be, correct?
It's documented.
Where's the log of these items before March 14th?
It's documented in the report.
There is no log, is there, Sergeant?
I do not know.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about some searches that Mr. Lally asked you about February 4th and February 10th, very specifically. Both of those searches you were involved with out at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
But Sergeant, you didn't personally write a report about your conduct at 34 Fairview on either of those 2 dates. In other words, you didn't go back to the station and generate a report yourself.
I don't recall doing that, no.
There were no photos that you took of the items at the location.
I did.
Else took photos, correct?
I did not take photos of the items. No.
Okay. And the first report that indicates anything that happened or was recovered at the location on either February 4th or February 10th, that was first notated in a report dated November 4th, 2023, year and several months later, correct?
If you say so, I do not know the exact date. That report would have to be presented to me.
May I approach?
Yes.
So present it to him.
You don't have to read the whole thing, but if you can skip to the part that talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were finished already. What's the date of that? Well, let me ask a foundational question. Does that refresh your recollection as to the date of the report that actually talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches?
It does.
And what's the date of that report, sir?
This report is dated November 4th, 2023.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, as it relates to those 2 searches, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the February 4th search first. You indicated that you actually responded to 34 Fairview personally, correct?
I was responding to that location on my own. I personally responded, yes.
Okay. That was because you had received information that Chief Berkowitz had seen something or found something. Is that right? Chief Berkowitz from Canton PD.
That is not correct, no.
Okay. So when you got there, was Chief Berkowitz there?
Yes, he was.
You just happened to go by 34 Fairview at the exact same time on the exact same date as Chief Berkowitz, or was that coordinated in some way?
There was no coordination between me and Chief Berkowitz. As I testified, I had directed the troopers to go by the location. I planned to go by the location in the morning on the way to the office and in the afternoon on the way home, just to see if any more items would reveal themselves. So that morning, I was actually traveling to that location in order to conduct a view of the area to see if any more evidence had been revealed. Prior to my arrival, approximately while I was on Chapman Street, I received a call indicating that Chief Berkowitz was at the location, yes.
And was there also an Officer Lank, Sergeant Lank?
I do not know if Sergeant Lank was there, no.
Okay. Chief Berkowitz certainly was there.
Yes.
And Chief Berkowitz indicated that as he was driving by, he saw a piece of plastic.
Yes.
And stopped his car and then started making phone calls.
I believe that's what he indicated to the caller, yes.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by the location in the first place?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You knew at that point that the Canton Police Department had been recused because of at least an appearance or potential for a conflict of interest, correct?
I knew they recused themselves due to only in respect to interviews. They didn't want to conduct interviews with us side by side.
I mean, if there's a conflict of interest, Sergeant, for a department, conducting the interviews is just one aspect of an investigation, correct?
I'm not going to speak like a conflict of interest, but yes, conducting an interview is just one aspect of the investigation, yes.
So is it your testimony that your understanding was they couldn't conduct interviews, but they could collect evidence, store evidence, write search warrants, get returns on search warrants, execute search warrants, conduct searches? They could do all that and not conduct interviews?
My understanding was they were recusing themselves from conducting interviews. They still allowed us to use their facilities. We utilized their conference room to conduct interviews. There was evidence being stored at their Sally Port, being the vehicle. So that was my understanding.
Isn't it true that you knew that the entirety of the Canton Police Department had recused itself because of a familiarity between one of their members, Kevin Albert, and the Albert family on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found. That was the conflict, correct?
I knew that that was the connection between them, yes.
And you understood, sir, that that agency was to have nothing, from an investigative standpoint, nothing to do with this investigation, correct?
They were not conducting the investigation, no.
Matter of fact, Trooper Proctor and you supervising him, y'all were conducting the investigation, right?
Our office was conducting the investigation.
So did you find it unusual or suspicious in any way that the chief of police for the conflicted Canton PD was the person driving by 34 Fairview looking for evidence?
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Sergeant?
He would have to repeat it. There's just so much I can't.
It was a little wordy. I'll try it again. Did you find that suspicious?
Which part? You have to repeat the whole thing.
That Chief Berkowitz from the conflicted Canton PD was at 34 Fairview looking for evidence.
The way you posed the question, I did not find it suspicious at all. He's the chief of the police in the town where he works, and he's driving down the street. I mean, that's not suspicious.
With a conflict of interest on the very case that he's driving by.
Objection.
Sustained.
You certainly knew, as a supervisor over the case officer, that any involvement by Canton Police Department, given the fact that there's a potential conflict, any involvement by them could compromise your otherwise clean investigation. You knew that, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Did Chief Berkowitz disclose to you that morning on February 4th that he had been communicating with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, two witnesses, on your case that morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you knew information about communication between and among Canton PD and your witnesses, you would find that inappropriate, would you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You returned to the scene on February 10th, is that right? To conduct another search, you said.
I was present on the 10th, yes.
Who dispatched you back to, or did anybody dispatch you back to that location on February 10th? How did you end up there is a better way to ask it.
February 10th, just like previous days, we made plans to go to the location in the morning, in the afternoon, drive by. I was on my way to work and to home. So I traveled that route on purpose. And as evidence revealed itself due to the natural melting of the snow, we would stop and collect the visible evidence.
You believe at this point, sir, that whatever you might collect would obviously be important, correct?
You're saying there were multiple occasions where you were traveling past and visible evidence was becoming more and more visible. So you either knew that there should have been more evidence there, in which case you should have taken steps to, I don't know, melt the ice yourself and secure what is supposed to be a continuing crime scene, or you were part of the circumstances where it was being frickin' planted. Slimy, lying, mother piece of shit bird. Bird? Why am I... Never mind. And look at the smug, punchable face.
Anything we collected that had evidentiary value or presented itself as somehow related to the crime or the incident would be collected.
And it would be important to the investigation, right? You treat it as important.
It is important, yes.
So my question is, was, especially as it relates to the February 10th search, where there were multiple items found, did you seek to have CSSS come out and actually either mark with GPS coordinates or measure with cross coordinates exactly where each item of evidence was found?
Of course
not.
not.
We did not do that. We had collected so much evidence already, and so much has been documented at that point, that we did not contact crime scene services to come back out and photograph more shards of glass and plastic.
Why
we simply
not?
collected it
It's
for
their job.
processing.
So the location of each one of those items was not of that great importance to you, at least at that time?
It was of great importance as to the fact that it was located in the vicinity where the victim was found and in the vicinity of other items located of the same characteristic, shape, size, and color.
So that's my question, Sergeant. What does vicinity mean?
In the area.
Okay, what does area mean?
It's a location, specific location.
Okay, are we talking about, because we do this all day, I guess, are we talking about an area of 5 feet or an area of 50 feet?
Based on where the items were recovered, we're talking about an area approximately of 30 square feet between the roadway into the grass. It's the.
We saw photographs, Sergeant, of items that were butted up against a fire hydrant in one instance, correct? Is that yes?
That's correct, yes.
A drinking straw that's out in the road, correct?
That's correct.
Another shard of glass that's in the grass, closer to the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
A hat that's under the snow,
How long are they going to cook this one?
adjacent
I
to
don't
the
know.
left side
I mean,
of the
there's
flagpole, correct? I'm sorry, it wasn't.
45
it was
minutes
closer
left
to the
in
electrical
this
box,
day.
wasn't it?
No.
That might be where they
pictures
finish it. He might go into the next day. I don't know. I haven't looked.
Documented where the hat was. It was to the right of the flagpole.
So these shards of glass, the point I'm asking is, did you seek to use basic cross coordinates, measurements from something that you know is a known object? Like, for instance, I don't know, a flagpole or a fire hydrant. 27 inches to the north and a foot and a half to the south of those two known points. That would give you a cross coordinate, correct?
It would document the exact location, correct?
And you did not do that with any of these items, correct?
The items that were not photographed were not also GPS located, but they were within the same vicinity of where the other items were.
Wait. Are you saying that things were collected as evidence that weren't even photographed? So we have no log record, no photos, no GPS location of where things were. All of this was supposedly done over a course of days. No, we have the portable evidence tents here too. The entire house was to the right of the flagpole. Mm-hmm. How has this not been excluded as evidence? So there was no use taking pictures of the additional taillight pieces. Okay. I've seen some of the Proctor stuff. If I hadn't already seen some of the Proctor stuff, I would have known from this guy legitimately that the prosecution's case should have been sunk because something stinks to high hell. If she gets a guilty verdict on this, I'm going to really lose what little faith I have left in the judicial system in America. And that's after the Anderson case. That's after so many other things that have just show up at the station with plastic and say they found it while they were driving by. What's more corrupt, the 2020 Australian court or the 2024 New York court? I'm still going to say the 2024 court just because that... I mean, at least with the 2020 courts, they had executive orders from the federal government to hide behind. So the legality of it is questionable, whereas what they did in New York, I do not believe even has legal merit. So they never had to put the smashed pieces in the yard. They just said that they found it at the yard. And I'm willing to bet that they found it in small enough dribs and drabs that no one could, that in their minds they could justify not setting it up as a further crime scene. Because if they found numerous pieces in one go, then they might have to say, oh, okay, we might need to go back and, you know, there's rules for evidence collecting that these window lickers ignored. Exactly. This disgusting.
Collected.
But again, now we're back to the same question. Your word for vicinity might be different than my word for vicinity, right?
Objection.
Sustain.
When you recover these items, or any other items, it's obviously important to memorialize on the evidence bag or in some other way exactly where they're found, who found them, the date, time, etc. Correct?
We do the best we can to document all known information on each evidence item bagged at the time.
And in terms of the February 10th search, I want to just ask you a couple of quick questions about that evidence bag. Did you bag the items into a single evidence bag that you found that day, or do you recall?
I would have to see the bag. If you have those available, I'll take a look. I can answer
With
that.
the court's permission, exhibit, I think it's 310 that was entered into evidence yesterday. I'd like to display that for a second.
Okay.
Go suck a dick, suck a dick, suck a motherfucking dick. Suck a dick, suck a huge or small. Go suck a dick, suck a dick.
Can you see that from where you're at? I don't have the evidence bag with me, so if you don't, I can certainly ask the space to enlarge it.
If you can enlarge it, please.
Just a portion of the right. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I didn't realize I've got a photograph of it.
Do you need the lights on, Sergeant?
Please.
There you go.
Thank you.
Should make it easier.
Well, the aneurysm's been coming for a long time, so I'm not strictly worried about that.
Sergeant, have you been able to familiarize yourself with that evidence bag?
With the photograph, yes.
Okay, thank you. Taking a look at that evidence bag, it has the information on it, has your name is collected by, correct?
Correct.
The date of collection is February 10th, is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And it indicates multiple pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, right? It actually says 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, correct?
That's correct.
But that is not an evidence bag that was filled out by you.
I did not fill that bag out, no.
As a matter of fact, that's Trooper Proctor's handwriting.
I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting is. I cannot confirm that that's his handwriting.
But it's not your handwriting.
It is not my handwriting, no.
So who else's handwriting should be?
Are you aware that this particular bag, that bag that contained those 6 items of plastic material that you already deemed was incredibly important to the investigation, was never going into any evidence until March 14th, the date that it was submitted to the crime lab?
I was not aware of that, no.
Are you aware that you've been caught with your pants down?
We can take that down, Mr. Bates. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, I was not aware of that.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Did you ever draft a report yourself documenting the recovery of those 6 items and the other 14 items that you said that you found on the same date, February 10th?
That you said
I did
you
not,
found?
no.
did you leave that assuming that Trooper Proctor would document that?
What did YouTube?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it
Nick
differently.
Stingy?
I'll
No.
ask it
Why?
another way if I can. Did you believe that you didn't need to write a report, Sergeant, because Trooper Proctor would take care of that?
I knew that it would be documented. It was already documented on the actual bag as far as who collected it, when, where, what it was, and a report eventually would be authored on it.
But the where, for all these very intricate pieces, the where is left to 34 Fairview on the back, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
The general vicinity location of the other items collected and documented with photographs was consistent with the same locations this was collected.
I want to shift gears for just a second.
I don't understand it either, Nick. Ordinarily, this would be improper collection of evidence. This is literally, like, this is actually bordering on fruit of fruit of the bidden tree from on our end. There's no chain of custody. The items have been moved without log. No chain of custody. No evidence as to exactly where they were located. No photos. No.
Well, actually, I want to ask one final question about that item.
And he's such a smug, fucking arrogant asshole about it because he knows exactly what they did.
You just mentioned that it's documented on the bag, and if the bag is presented to the crime lab on on March 14th, some 5 weeks later, those items were completely unaccounted for from a log standpoint the entire time from when they were collected until they were booked at the crime lab, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Possession of those items, of those 4, 5, 6 weeks.
Are you talking about the items that were just displayed on the screen?
I am, sir.
I did not.
Now I'd like to shift gears to a ring video that you saw yesterday. It's in Exhibit 6, video number 153. That may mean nothing to you. It's the 5:07 a.m. video of Miss Reed's car pulling out of the One Meadows garage. Do you remember that video?
I do.
Okay. You indicated yesterday on questioning, under questioning by
hello.
Mr. Lally that Miss Reed's car came in contact with or close to coming in contact with the other vehicle, the Traverse, in the video. Is that right?
The video, as I watched the video, I observed the vehicle come near Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Okay, that's what I want to talk about. With the court's permission, may we play that video one more time? If you can pull that up, and then I'm going to ask you to pause it and get out of the way.
Did I? Oops.
Okay, can you just play that for a quick second? No,
Sorry. I took a big glass of Coke and then I completely forgot that I didn't mute the mic. My
Does that
apologies.
appear to be, I'm just pausing it in the first 2 or 3 seconds, does that appear to be the video that you saw yesterday?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Mr. Bates, if you could enlarge the area around the the left rear tire of the Traverse. I'm going to ask you, sir, if you'll pay close attention to what's been zoomed, and when the SUV gets close to it, I'm going to pause it and ask you another question. Can you go ahead and play this?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this.
So why don't we pause the screen, take it down, and I'll see you at sidebar.
Sidebar. Sidebar. I'll take it down and I'll see it sidebar. AAT, smart chat. Oh, hang on, 1, 2.
About the next 3 seconds, Sergeant, I'm asking.
Beep, beep,
Pause it.
beep, beep. Bang.
Okay. In about the next 3 seconds, Sergeant, I'm asking you to pay special attention to the video. Go ahead. lights on. And you can take that down. Sergeant, were you able to see that video? I know it's not the clearest thing in the world. Were you able to see that video okay?
Yes,
What
I did.
did you notice about the rear wheel of the Traverse?
Based on the motion in the shot with the snow falling, it appears that there is movement, but the video speaks for itself.
Oh, does it just? Does it?
What
Does
would you assess based on the movement of the rear wheel of the Traverse about whether or not the two vehicles came in contact with one another?
Objection.
Sustained.
Whether or not
No. Yeah.
that,
He hit the frickin' car.
we can have the lights on.
It's pretty frickin'
Clearest thing in the
obvious.
world. Were you able to see that video okay?
Yes, I
What did
did.
you notice about the rear wheel of the Traverse?
Based on the motion in the shot with the snow falling, it appears that there is movement, but the video speaks for itself.
What would you assess based on the movement of the rear wheel of the Traverse about whether or not the two vehicles came in contact with one another?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm trying to use my time wisely, Your Honor. Yesterday, Sergeant, you were asked about a couple of videos related to the Sallyport garage. Do you have that in mind?
Yes.
Matter of fact, we watched one of them pretty specifically toward the end of the day yesterday. Did you actually, I want to talk about the one that is the clearer of the two, where you slip. You remember that one?
There you go.
If you pull it up, I can.
I will in just a second.
Okay.
There was one where Mr. Lally paused it and you were slipping in front of the vehicle.
I don't recall myself slipping, no, but it was icy that day, so if there's documentation of me slipping, I might have happened.
Fair enough. I didn't mean anything by that other than that was a moment that I thought you might recall to differentiate the videos. It's Exhibit 446, but I don't think that's going to help you. All right, let's see if I can do this another way. Did you actually personally go to Canton PD to retrieve any or all of the videos of the Sallyport? You yourself?
I did go to Canton and collect already extracted video.
Okay.
But it was a portion of video surveillance. I didn't collect all of the video, so
When was the most recent time that you went to Canton to collect a portion of the video?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Did you review well, let me ask it this way. Did you collect a video that was sought on or about April 23rd, April 24th this year, meaning just a few weeks ago?
Did I collect it?
Correct.
I did not collect that video of April this year, no.
Or you're aware that the video that you saw yesterday was in fact collected after the trial started in April of 2024?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware of when that
No,
video
because that would
you
mean you'd
saw
have to actually
yesterday
do
was collected?
investigation.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I am not aware.
Okay. Was yesterday the first time you'd seen that video?
No.
When had you seen that video previously?
A couple of weeks ago.
Okay. What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have a meeting with the DA?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any kind of communication with Mr. Lally about your testimony?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
communications. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have any meetings or communications with Mr. Lally in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes.
When was that?
It was about 2 weeks ago, and then last week, I believe.
And what was discussed? Generally.
Generally, we discussed the portions of the case that I would be presenting.
Did you write a report about your communications with Mr. Lally?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Were you shown any of the videos that you've seen here in anticipation of your testimony?
Not during the first meeting. I did review a video during the second time.
Okay, and that video was that you did see the second time was the interior video of the Sally Port that we saw yesterday, correct?
I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I had reviewed videos outside of our meeting, so I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me.
But you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene tape being put up and all that. You have seen that one before.
Yes.
And that was with Mr. Lally, correct?
That is not correct, because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally.
I see. All right. I'd like to talk about that Exhibit 446 for a second, and then I'll show it to you. You indicated that the video, all the videos, everything that you saw yesterday was true and accurate, correct? Based on your memory of the events that were memorialized in the video?
The video captures events taking place in an accurate fashion, yes.
In an accurate fashion. All right, that's what I wanted to find out. And after you watched the video, I think you were asked by Mr. Lally, does the video show you or Trooper Proctor having access to or messing with in any way that right rear tail light in any fashion? And you said, never.
I was asked if at any point Trooper Proctor and I had came into contact, I believe, or touched the vehicle and that portion of the vehicle, and I said never. We never touched the vehicle prior to it being properly processed with a search warrant.
And that was specifically his question was to, and your answer was to the right rear portion of the vehicle, right? That right rear tail light.
The right rear damaged taillight, correct.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play a portion of Exhibit 446.
Okay.
Before we begin playing it, Mr. Bates, if you wouldn't mind, may I inquire, Your Honor, of the witness, just to lay a foundation? Yes. Sergeant, do you recognize this as being the video that we saw yesterday?
It does look accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. This is 446, just so you have it in mind if I reference that. Space, if you could play that. And I think it's runtime 120. Pause it. Do you recognize that as the video we saw yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Damn it, I hope I didn't miss anything important. I had to take a call.
Very briefly, if you could move to
Jack, man.
time of day, 5:37:05. the court's permission, can we play at this point?
Yes.
All right, that shows the vehicle coming into the Sally Port, and we're looking at which side of the vehicle?
So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. What that video depicts is a mirror collection. Although mirrors are accurate representation of what you're seeing, it's just inverted. So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. I do not know why it is inverted, but that's the way it was presented, collected and presented from Canton Police.
Can you see a timestamp or a time and date stamp on the bottom of that? It's in blue.
I cannot know.
Okay. Does it appear that time and date stamp, if you can't read every letter on it, that is in correct order? In other words, that's not inverted.
I cannot read it, no.
All right, let's go ahead and play this for a second. Who is that just got out of the car?
I do not know. I think that's the tow truck driver. He would have the only access to the vehicle. Okay. We did not touch the vehicle.
Who's that on the left?
I missed that. I was looking down at the laser pointer. I do not know. I know for a fact I'm the gentleman that's wearing a dark olive drab, looking down the access to the vehicle. Okay. We did not touch the vehicle.
Who's that on the left?
Okay. So, what's the white powder on the SUV? This seems dodgy to me. Like, I know that Proctor had sole access to the car after a certain point, but even at this time, the fact that the video is inverted, the fact that this guy's just casually walked around to the side where the broken taillight should be, because keep in mind, this is the opposite side of the way that it should be. Why would they flip near the video? Because to the casual observer, it would look like this guy just casually walked around to the other side of the car and that this is the one that's supposed to be broken. In my opinion, I think this was done deliberately. The fact that the video is flipped and they've got the timestamp and whatnot on it is, I genuinely believe, personally, of my own personal and professional opinion, that this was done deliberately. Why didn't I mention it on direct? Because I didn't want to draw attention to it.
I missed that. I was looking down at the laser pointer. I do not know. I know for a fact I'm the gentleman that's wearing a dark olive drab state police baseball style hat, and Trooper Mike Proctor is wearing a winter hat.
Trooper Proctor's wearing what?
A winter hat.
Interesting that he's trying to say, oh, this can't have been Proctor. Trying to...
Stop. Move it further back. And stop. Yesterday, when you testified, you indicated that the two individuals in this scene were you and Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is not correct. There was two individuals in the rear of the vehicle I shined my light to. That was me and Trooper Proctor.
Do you see Trooper Proctor toward the back of the rear of the vehicle there?
I can't tell because of what the head is. I just know that Trooper Proctor was wearing a black hat.
Which the person in that in the video to the left, to the rear of the car, is wearing a black hat, correct?
I can't tell. I don't want to be locked into a statement where later on you show me that it's somebody else magically. I can't testify to that.
There's no magic about this. It's your testimony. I'm just asking you what you see.
I don't see that. No.
Drank some of the Canton amnesia water. Amnesia water.
Stop. Let's go ahead and play at this point. Do you see the person toward the back of the vehicle walking toward the opposite side of the SUV?
I do.
What area does he appear to be going to?
He appears to be going towards the rear passenger side of the vehicle, although it does not appear so because the video is inverted, a mirror image. That's where he's going.
And Sergeant Bupnik, you testified for at least a half an hour about this video yesterday, correct?
I'm sorry, it was a long day. I don't know the timing of how long I testified.
You significantly testified about this video yesterday, did you not?
I testified about this video.
And you testified that it was true and accurate, correct?
Correct.
You testified that it was a
Just ignore it,
reflective
people. It's fine.
of your observations of what was happening in that Sally Port that evening, correct?
I testified that this is a accurate scene and collection of video evidence from the Sally Port.
And as that truck sits in that Sally Port, just like this, it appears from all perspectives that what we're looking at is the passenger side of the car, and that right rear taillight is right there shining in our face, correct? From this perspective.
Oh, no, nuclear, it's fine. And Alicia, I'm more than happy to have some fun later on. In these trial streams, I just try to stay focused. So I'm more than happy to, whatever else later on.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
From this perspective, from the perspective that the jurors are looking at,
okay.
From all indications, that would appear to be the right side of the truck, the passenger side of the truck, and that taillight that you can see is the right rear taillight. From this perspective, correct?
The way it presents itself, yes.
And yesterday, during the entirety of your questioning by Mr. Lally, not once did you mention that this video is actually completely inverted, correct?
I did not know.
Mr. Lally didn't ask you if it was inverted, correct?
That's correct.
And if I hadn't gotten up here and begun questioning you, that would be left uncorrected, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The person with the winter cap
So dirty.
appears to walk directly to the what ultimately should be the right rear taillight of this car, correct?
That's the vicinity, yes. That's where he is. Yeah.
I'd like you to pay attention to the right rear of this car. And I know we're completely backward, but it's the far corner of the car. Do you see a person's head there?
It appears as if someone's still there.
And that person is located at or near what portion of the car?
In real life or as it's depicted?
Is the person near in real life, near the right rear taillight of the car?
Yes.
Matter of fact, standing there, hovering around there, correct?
Yeah,
we don't know the distance that they are in proximity to the actual vehicle. We just know that they're behind the vehicle. That
looks like it's pretty close, doesn't it, Sergeant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does that look like he's in close proximity to the right rear taillight?
As I said, I can't tell how far away he is from the vehicle.
Oh, for
It's right
fuck's
there,
sake.
You can't tell that he's right next to the right rear taillight?
Objection.
Sustained.
How can the case continue?
I want you to pay attention to what that person does as soon as the other person comes out from behind that car. So you see him move.
The simple fact of the matter is that if the prosecution try and pull it now, then all of a sudden everyone has to point fingers at the cops, which the prosecution doesn't really want to do because it would open a whole nother can of worms, particularly for them ethically because they're the ones that brought the case on the say-so of the cops. This is turning out to be a shit show for all involved. You'd be able to see his shoulders if you were further away from the car. Yeah. Hang on. Hang on. No, Alicia, you're wrong. It's still up. I have no reason to take it down. I don't give a shit. Where Where's my magnifier? I mean, you can see that he's pretty freaking close. Alright, Coke Fairy. Want the other car in the garage? Looks like one of the bad Ghost Hunter videos. Focus, focus, out of focus. Zoom and enhance. Pinch and zoom. Pinch and zoom. God, this is pathetic.
To the right car.
And just know that they're behind the vehicle. That
Looks like it's pretty close, doesn't it, Sergeant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does that look like he's in close proximity to the right rear tail light?
as I said, I can't tell how far away he is from the vehicle.
Ted's right there, sir. You can't tell that he's right next to the right rear tail light?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right.
That's it.
I want you to pay attention to what that
dodging the
person
question.
does as soon as the other person comes out from behind that car. So you see him move. Stop it. Do you see that person move?
I saw movement in the frame, yes.
Right when the other person is in eyesight of the person toward the right rear, correct?
I mean, the video speaks for itself.
Yeah, it does.
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. No commenting, Mr. Jackson. We've talked about that.
I'm going to ask Mr. Bates to back it up because there's one other issue I want you to pay attention to, if you can, right at this moment or right before this moment, and that is the timestamp. You can back it up maybe 10 seconds. Right about there. Don't play it yet. Instead of paying attention to the individuals, I'm going to ask you, can you see, may I approach the screen here? Yes. Can you see the timestamp at 5:37 and 37 seconds p.m.? Can you see that from where you're at?
No, I cannot.
Me neither.
Are you actually looking?
Let's play it for about 10 seconds. Pause it. Did you see another person just appear toward the rear end of the car?
There's parody videos of the judge. Oh, that's funny.
There was a fog of some sorts. It did appear as if a person was actually in. There was two people back there, and two people walked away, or one person walked away.
The timestamp jumped to 5:38:01. Correct?
I cannot see the timestamp, sir.
Did it appear that there was an anomaly? There was a portion of that video that was deleted. Or it's missing. Not deleted, but just missing.
Objection.
Can you tell that? Does it appear that way to you, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor, I cannot tell what is happening with the video.
Actually, that's a good point. Didn't these guys... what do you call it? And no, it's not unlisted. It's completely public. I have no idea why you wouldn't be able to see it. It's literally right there. Hell, you know what? Here, just for the hell of it, I will put the damn thing in chat. Oh yeah, it is listed under lives because it was a live stream. Yeah, it's right there. Go for it. Didn't they go and say that the shit, what do you call it? Didn't they say that the camera itself only activates when it detects motion? Well, I'm willing to bet that this fucker back here, if he didn't move his head, there's a good chance the camera is not... Oh, hang on. There's a good chance the camera isn't going to pick up whatever he's doing behind that car. So, whether it's a motion-activated camera or it's whatever else, whether or not they just deleted it, it's still sus as all hell, and it doesn't prove anything by saying that it's a motion-activated camera, because if he's behind the car and he's not seeing any motion, then it doesn't matter or count. Times I said was missing was while people were moving.
If you take a close look at there's a classic police car in that Sally Port, correct?
There's an antique vehicle there, yes.
If you take a close look at the trunk of that vehicle,
I'm trying to be good.
see the word police.
Hey, Aussie Tank.
Yes, I believe I can read that, yes.
And it's backward, correct?
It is mirrored, correct.
That's a good indication that this is an inverted video, right?
It appears that way, yes.
And if we were to fast forward at 5:42.
No, all good. Like I said, knock yourself out. I genuinely don't care. I'm actually hoping that the boys over at Kino have fun with it. I really am. Usually have a buffer period after movement ends. They would stop while people are walking around and stand still for a while. Yeah, maybe.
Not another 20 seconds. There you go. Just play it at this point. No. Take one pause. Pause it. You see the Sally Port garage came down?
Yes,
You see a number on the garage?
I do.
Is that correct?
Ricada taught them all. Oh, Jesus.
What is correct?
Does the number appear correct? Is that how you make it for?
No, the number's in the mirror image, yes.
I just wanted to make the point. Everything in this video is completely backward, correct?
It's not backwards, it's mirrored, reversed. You can look yourself in the mirror in the morning, you still see your own face. It's not backwards.
But my mirror image is not an accurate depiction of who I am. My actual physical appearance is who I am, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
A mirror image, Sergeant, is not an accurate video of this, is it?
Objection.
It's a mirror image by definition.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, thank you. I don't think so. I would like to mark.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
I have a. We can bring the lights up. Let's
Wait.
I have a thumb drive that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission.
Does Mr. Lally know what's on this thumb drive without you telling us?
I do not.
Okay.
We can approach and I can certainly bring it up.
We're trying to wrap up our morning. It's marked for identification.
If I may, Your Honor, I'd like to play the first 10 seconds of that video.
No. We'll come to something. It's marked for identification, right, Mr. Jackson?
You are.
Damn it, Ghost Tree, did you block them? Oh, for fuck's sake. I know that you were trying to help, but I don't want to pour gasoline on the fire. Oh, interesting. They're not even showing up in my... Was it a ban or a timeout? Because they're not showing up in my band. It's a temporary one? Alright. Look, I get you're protective, but please don't do that. Even when we do get trolls, I prefer to play with them. Oh, come on. Well, is this going to go to the end of the day? Like, what do we got?
When this case is going to end, and I don't mean that. No, I will come back on Monday. All right, so we'll just wait. Jurors, I know that you want to know when this case is going to end, and I don't mean that in any negative.
Well, Samantha, if I didn't already own a PS5, I'd probably
After
agree with
speaking
you.
with the lawyers, I can safely say that you will get this case for your deliberations sometime the last week in June. We'll know better next week. We will not be in
We'll get a
session
refund
next
for the one that he
Tuesday.
paid for.
We will go full days, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Thank you, Burberries.
We will not be in session next Tuesday. I have to give you those cautions again. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
No, Samantha. Unfortunately, I do have
You
much
are
higher
muted.
standards than that. And yes, they are fucking expensive here. Alright, so that was day 21. Yay, I'm making up ground, people. At this point, we're going to be on... Hang on, so day 22 is... Oh, day 22 is 7 hours. So day 22, 23, 24, 25, and then 26 is tonight. So I've still got, what, 4 and a bit days after this one. It was a desperate act when PS5 was almost impossible to secure. Nah, not so much. Day 22 is Proctor. I believe that is the start of Proctor, yeah. Oh, yay! Shit, they barely even started and they...
This is Karen Reed. Counsel and Your Honor, just for your information, at this very second, FTR is not running. Ms. King is the official anyways, and she is on the record.
Okay.
All right, good morning. So we're here on the Commonwealth's renewed motion. Can we turn off one of those air conditioners, please? The Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and the motion to exclude the defendant's newly provided expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I will hear you on your motion, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll hear you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Essentially, the Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury empanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st, and it wasn't until...
Okay, so someone specifically asked where we are in order to read the room. Personally, I am of the opinion that the state has not proven their case and that there is very little evidence whatsoever that she has actually committed it. I'm still remaining open because if they try to bring any evidence, then I'm going to be open-minded about it. But, yeah, no, at this point, I genuinely believe that there should be a directed verdict because I do not believe the state has proven their case. So, but anyway. Low-rent Bane sitting in a courtroom. Huh.
May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis.
Yes, the bench is really close, and I do actually think that that's inappropriate, given that the, what do you call it? The defendant and the prosecution are supposed to be on equal footing. Even something as simple as that does provide a certain level of optics to the jury, and I do think it's inappropriate that the prosecution table is so close. They've proven they're corrupt, that's about it.
Of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we're essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at council table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission. We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Don't be a smart ass, Your Honor.
I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here, can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay.
Fuck you, that is entirely inappropriate. However long it takes him to make his record is what is appropriate. And yes, that was the judge sighing into the microphone, which of itself should be an appealable issue. This is entirely inappropriate.
Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that.
That doesn't... No, fuck you! That doesn't mean that he has to create or that he has to... That doesn't mean that he has to tailor his arguments. He has points of law and points of reasoning that need to be made and on the record, and that will be appealable issues. The fact that you are actually even speaking to him in that manner itself should be an appealable issue. It is so freaking inappropriate that it's not funny. I'm surprised that they were not already taking this further. I know she's been biased, but there are still limits to judicial conduct. The manner in which she I would have freaking walked out of there. I would have walked out of there, and I would have made my own application, frankly. That of itself may have been... Judge's brother's Chris Albert's lawyer. Of course he is.
The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I don't see your name at all, Ms. Gianetti.
Cover control by combat.
I'm on page 3.
Sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on
What
page 4.
the fuck? They made a motion to exclude experts. You've clearly already made up your mind against what the reasonable assumption would be. And the fact that he is... The fact that he is putting aside... Like... Jesus Christ on a cracker.
It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. Starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into...
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point? We've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is... My integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked. And I need to defend myself and my client.
For the appeal
we were
court to
only
read.
Discussing at that time
So shut your big
whether
fat
canine
trap.
DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Buchanan did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please... All right, I'm
Stop
going to stop
interrupting him.
you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Ms. Gianetti.
It's not a... Your Honor, it's, most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
Okay,
it's a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on
He
Rule
has moved on from
14.
it.
And let's do it in 2 separate parts. So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we are calling Frank Sheridan.
And she tried to
All
overrule
right.
him there. And
So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV, and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time, and the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth
That's not up to you to
satisfied
decide.
that when did you provide?
if it takes a day to get through voir dire, then no, screw you. Why are you in so... Oh, wait, we all know exactly why you're in such a rush to get this through and push it straight through to deliberations, and why you keep saying, oh, I'm rushing this forward because it's more appropriate for the jury. How about the rights of the defendant to a fair trial with due process? You're actually leaning towards providing constitutional breaches for this shit. And you're doing it to protect a family that apparently lords themselves over the town. because you're on the outskirts of it. This is bullshit. It is judicial misconduct. It is inappropriate, and she should not be on the bench.
Did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti?
Not on Mr. Vanny, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Vanny?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions
Barbara,
about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to.
I should point out, Chadwick, the reason that I'm so pissed off about it isn't just because it's part of the US Constitution. Fair trial, due process, and the established case law stems down from the British courts, which both Australia and the US inherited. So the reason that I'm passionate about that is because that is one of the few things that we actually share in terms of jurisprudence. So, and the QR code is something about being able to use incognito mode or whatever else.
To testify to what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the
No, it's not 'cause
defense
she's
needs
old.
to
I
provide,
yell
I
at judges
suggest you
young and old when they're
listen.
wrong.
The defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Vanny relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right? By the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So
You don't need to know
what have
the
you
basis of it.
provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not
I'm not
arise
disagreeing
from
with
us.
you, Chadwick.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here when...
Because you tried to rule that the defense couldn't talk to them. So yes, they're going to put witnesses on the stand that they have not spoken to because you tried to exclude them beyond your authority.
Essentially, we've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to. You have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations.
We can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied.
Because you gave them a direction not to. That's on you. Maybe she would have reeled Lally in the questioning the first 3 weeks of snow, high tops of the waterfall, who ordered drinks, etc. We'd be further along. Yeah. A RIP fair trial. Oh, the fair trial went out went out. Fuck you, Jeff. I need a drink after that. I'll be back in a minute.
So we need to get everybody here for voir dire, they can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their testimony.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right?
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Well,
correct?
she's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right, so this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday, and we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay, well, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If, in fact, the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week, excuse me,
I'm sorry.
last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
The plugs are still different.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I get. Okay. Breathing.
At least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those three. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, there's only two from ARCO, that's right.
You're only calling two? Which two? Are you calling the two that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Rentschler and Wolf. Yes.
Why did my stream from Sunday get limited? Think they can't mention the FBI investigation? Yeah, and she's made it so that they can't even speak to the individuals that were involved, so... What, they stopped the audio? Seriously? Oh, for God's sakes.
He also asked...
Oh, Dipshit's back on the stand. Okay.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Federally Crowned Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. School is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, gentlemen. We all met here at 8:30 to try and streamline things. And as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be. We'll know by the end of the day today. And also on the 21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st. But again, you know that we don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary. So we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Thank you. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. we get Sergeant Buchanan, please?
No, the trial should not have started until after the FBI was involved. If they knew that some of the key players were under investigation for corruption and all sorts of shit, this should never have gotten this far.
You solemnly swear the evidence being recorded during the case down here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were
r/ask Reddit. What would you do if you could be invisible for a day? I'd go to Paris and beat up a mime. The round of applause he'd receive from his audience would be incredible.
We're discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognized any individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognize. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay. I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 446. May I publish that?
Yes.
This is 446. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question, and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Biggs, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay. Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay. And so, do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals, person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat, and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter-style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment, as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, when the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Buchanan, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor and, again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor, then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly that the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
That appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday?
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You were then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated that the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? And it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought up by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not, no.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sallyport that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
You believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sallyport that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So, in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it, is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what has taken place.
Sergeant Bubnik, if I were to ask you, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, to testify, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime, from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with the court's permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video? And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand
I'm
side?
back. Did I miss anything crazy?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I could do this.
I'd like to see a sidebar.
Damn it, just got there. Yes, he hates Discord with a passion, which is why more likely than not, the next thing of Titty Bull is going to be using Zoom. Oh, come on.
Given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds, would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
It was never recorded.
Well, you don't know what has been or and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
I'll let him answer that.
Do you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
Exactly, so you're speculating.
No.
Right. Did you notice that there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seemed to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video.
Which is exactly why this is not the kind of motion. This is exactly why this is not the kind of cameras that should be in a police station. Because the simple fact of the matter is, they can come up with lies like this: that when the motion capture starts, it looks like someone appears. Well, you know what? Really, realistically, it should be just recording. And the fact that there is very clearly video of individuals that are moving around also makes this a complete and utter fabrication.
But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently.
Sure. You're not the IT person.
Down goes Street Jesus. No, she's talking about the guy on the stand
who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
The cameras you have to scare the raccoons out of your garden.
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restriction of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this...
You're a freaking liar! It's really not that difficult. Just hey, know what he ordered at Denny's. Alright, he didn't go. Yes, I got prohibited from going to Denny's. Still think it might have tasted better than McDonald's. Your cam goes off with a wasp, which is how it should be. So, no, this is complete not a bullshit.
Video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
How much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Let's move to, I think it's 5:37. A few seconds. Okay, if we could, with the court's permission, can we play about less than a minute?
Yes.
Pause it. Did you see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
That quarter panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle? Just now?
Due to the triggering of the motion.
I asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear if someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
That's what the footage represents, yes.
Can we go ahead and play this? Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
You are unmuted.
All right. So, Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand. Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34th Fairview?
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
All right. Are you just marking it, or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right. So we'll mark it for identification, and then I do need to see you. Yes. Thank you.
May we approach?
Yes. Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY? Ah, it was back again.
I did
Okay.
the same thing.
All right. So that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter?
5:42.
Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Jurors?
Okay.
If you could move that to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds or thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Port.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything in it's properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
Go ahead. Thank you, sorry. We can go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please.
No, that would very much be putting words in my mouth. I'm a little disappointed that you think my standards are so low that I would agree to do anything with someone like that for just a PS5. And no games? What the fuck?
Pause it.
Come on.
You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, I'm sorry, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go and play it.
See, it's incredibly
and you
freaking
see the
sus.
person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
That person had that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the sally port. And you can pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? Can you see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to a bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you able to, may I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Could have made the PS5.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
Looking at?
I do.
You see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Fish. We can take that down. We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Display that?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning, timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
If we could play, may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video that just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused?
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe?
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car?
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sallyport and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
Why do they even have that camera there?
On that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask that unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark. Correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately, how much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42. Yes.
That's okay. And this reads a vehicle which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct? At 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that sally point, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway, and then to the sally point? Or is this the only one?
From that location?
Correct.
That is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? The right rear portion of the car.
No, I'm going to have to go and pick the little one up
And
from...
that 42 minutes, and when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing, it's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Bubnik. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Would you tell us if you did?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm pulling a Sally Port video. Do you want me to fix the stream?
Morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony, the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
That doesn't make it any better.
Nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before.
There, happy?
Objection.
Sustained. You can't lead, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, was done to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
From the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that The version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay?
You might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure what we're supposed to be looking at here. Yeah, a 5-minute video is important, but the defense is the one making the trial go long. Yeah.
Pause there, Ms. Gilman. And that area just played before the jury, that is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed, from the driveway video, into the Sally Port area, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the normal angle. Yep, so dipsticks trips.
I'm going to keep the pause there for 1 second. Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular, the snow on the door when he closes that door. It's coming to be good. You can pause just for 1 moment. Now, Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'll be honest, I'm not terribly caring too much about the snow on the ground because it could be something as simple as someone was doing something inappropriate and parked their vehicle in there to get it out of the snow, but then they had to move it because they had to put actual evidence in the evidence locker, which, again, given that there's a purely, well, I won't say innocent explanation for that, I'm not hugely fussed about that. What I do care about is we saw the skips on the frame rate. Hang on, I haven't got closed captions on, have I? Have I? Oops. And this is also running slow as well, which I did not mean to do. There's a text and what's snow. It's just weird you leave the doors open in a blizzard. It's true. Could just mean someone was being lazy, though.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Look, it's possible. But the trouble is we'll never know, because presumably the evidence of it is long gone. Honestly, Ghost, I don't know that it was snowing. I mean, it was left up to the prosecution to try and prove that it was snowing, and they took forever, and I still don't think they got there. Oh, Sally Port things wildly sus. Okay. Actually, that's a good point. Records should have been taken by the tow truck driver. Were they put in as evidence? Okay, hang on. See, that time jump proves that the damn thing isn't properly motion activated, because there's clearly people that were in there that would have been moving around, and it should have continued to record. And where the F... What are you doing with that trolley, by the way? They're spending an awful lot of time around the back of that car. Oh, using it to secure the caution tape. Oh, that's what they did from that? Okay. That's what they did at that angle. That's just stupid. Pictures, video interviews, get the fuck out with all that logic. Such professionalism.
Thank you. And Mr. Aussie, we can have the lights back up. Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house, when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th, is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning, at some point when a Canton Cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so, when the defendant and her father and her brother, from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on 1 Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dayton?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regards to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dayton, when that vehicle was being loaded onto the truck and you can see the tail light there?
John.
Okay.
It's after.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dayton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken tail light and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction, or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Between the version of the video that's you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now, again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sally Port.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
Funny how you were able to answer
Now, if I
that
could
in
turn
3 words or
you
less.
back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about
Sorry, 4 words.
Something that was reported to the Chief Medical Examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Samantha,
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
The Massachusetts general law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation, they conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the Chief Medical Examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
Maybe.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
Be Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Fleming.
So firefighter Flamati, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection. No, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
What?
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Thank you, sir. May I have a moment?
Yes.
What a crock of shit.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
Last sentence. Yeah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, I hit him, or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
The only thing that I can think of with
Sergeant
on
Good didn't
here
relay
is
that
like
to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single
Shit, the stuff that Martin
report
Crane used in Frasier, the one that melts in front of the
Sergeant
head,
Good
in front of
reported to
the
you that morning
fire?
before 10:41
It's
a.m.
got fiberglass in it.
Before 10:41 a.m. That my client made the statement that she hit him.
I don't believe so.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, the one that was inverting. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
So there's no chain of
You're
custody,
aware
you
that
took it as
it was-
evidence against someone for murder.
Well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level, and I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed, that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection. It's sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department.
Oh, shit.
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay, what entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police.
See, it's the same thing as when he started saying, oh, I didn't say that to the hospital because I didn't talk to the hospital. I said those exact words, but it was to the medical examiner's office, not to the hospital, so I didn't lie. And yet, why? It's like, all this is so that he can be slimy and get around the questions from the defense. Who provided it? It's pretty freaking obvious that you're saying, okay, it should be the police department that provided it. This is why I'm saying that Jackson really needed to be a little bit tighter on his questions. He should have went to the extent of saying what individual or entity or, like, don't get me wrong, he shouldn't have to because this guy's just being an absolute dick. But this is why you got to be careful.
Department.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next
All this
witness,
evidence
Mr.
been
Lally?
destroyed. Chloe
Yes, Your Honor. Call
ended the
Officer
sword,
Nicholas
ripped
Barrows
out
to the stand.
household. Yeah. Imagine Bukaki being slimy. Oh, God. Oh, ooh. What do I do here, peeps? Do I do an hour's worth of Proctor or not?
Some sort of evidence here for the
Oh, it's
court
not
during the case
Proctor.
down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Oh, this is the other guy, the one that testified truthfully. Forgot about this guy. Wait, is this the right guy? Is this
Right, whenever you're
is this the right one that I'm thinking of? The one cop that didn't have any connection to Proctor, the Alberts, or the McCabe's at all, and he's the one that actually provides for. Real question is, where is Chloe the dog? Yeah. Here comes the only honest cop. Oh, I got it right. All right, here we go.
ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros.
And how are you employed, sir?
With the town of Dighton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dayton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dayton Police?
A year and a half.
The irony is, this guy looks like a sort of like fatter version of John Cryer, the Alan from 2.5 Men.
Now, if I could direct your
with
attention
facial
to
hair.
January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you would work on that occasion, or how long had you been on shifts by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dayton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then, as your shift continues, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dighton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton, North Dighton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
Oh, that's bad.
And at some point, did you come to find out?
Sorry, I had to scratch my ear, and I didn't really want everyone saying
address
that.
on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Where did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residence.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
Okay.
And the Reed residence, was that a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dighton Police uses with regard to towing of vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner, and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dighton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to them?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
There was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched, or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and the sergeant from the state police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence?
I don't want to miss anything, but at the same time, I'm conscious of the time. How long does he go for? Go for a break. Okay, it's not that long.
You were at.
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that drive?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter of the panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there was about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side on that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
Do you know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent that you
I did not.
What's wrong? Do you need to go?
I'm sorry.
I did not.
Give me 3 minutes.
Can I have a moment, John?
Yes.
So, like, we go to break, and then I think after that
We'll take about a half an hour break.
You are muted.
Hey there.
rack you. Yeah, after they come back from the break, is he still on the stand, or did they go straight into Proctor? No, it looks like they go straight into Proctor. So what I'm gonna do is that will probably be where I call it for the day, because I need to go and get the child and go to the supermarket and do various other things. So they didn't even have to do cross on him, which was really impressive because he just spoke truly. So, but anyway, all right, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go do stuff. Thank you for keeping me company while watching this, while I do work and stuff. Just sort of, it's nice having something on in the background. So, anyway. So we'll be back tomorrow with, what are we, day 22. We're partway through day 22. Proctor on the stand tomorrow, so you don't really want to miss that, because I'll probably be losing my shit. It's also going to be demonetized, because I already know what's contained in the text messages. So if at any point people want to send super chats or memberships or anything like that, that would be very appreciated. But as always, people, remember, you're not a piece of shit. You have value in society, especially those of you that have hit the like button, double-checked whether or not you're still subscribed, because, you know, YouTube's going through one of their purges. And as always, people, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, and I will put it in the title tomorrow. Not only am I going to put it in the title, I'm going to pre-schedule the stream, is what I'm going to do. So, but anyway, as always, people, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, and I'll catch you all on the flip side. And I got to take that too, so that's good timing.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.